Isn't there 5 commissioner spots in front of this building?
Yeah, except on dirty days.
I think there's a snowbank taking up 2 or 3.
Probably had a pocket of electric car down the heights.
Oh,
No place to go.
he's at Hanford.
Yeah, he's walking that way.
Yeah.
Is John coming now?
No, John's not gonna Zoom.
No.
He's reviewed it. and sent his emails.
Oh, he's not even gonna zoom in.
No, he's not. He's paddling.
He's hanging out on the beach with us.
I wonder, are you searching for parking or
He said he's out on the beach with Biden today.
you're just leaving?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay, okay. Well, all right, we'll make sure. So you got in at 3 this morning? That's what I was afraid of. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. Well, I'm glad you made it back safely. All right, thanks. All right. So Scott, it's all yours, because Commissioner Cezak is in his driveway.
Oh.
Very good.
Really?
Fell asleep in the vehicle and get
You got started.
All right, let's stand and rise and pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I've always wanted to do this. All right. All right. Minutes of last meeting, resolution 2539, to accept the minutes of February 19th, 2025.
So moved.
Second.
All right, any discussion? All those in favor? Good. And we move on to the workshop, which is to review the proposed FY26 budget with commissioners. So I guess we can start right off with the programs and services, all of these different things, and I think we'll go right to emergency management, or do you have something, Tim, that you...
Well, we've got some folks here that we're trying to accommodate different schedules, so that's why the order's a little bit different.
Okay.
We do have some folks here from the Extension Office. Of course, Mike and Sarah are here from the Emergency Management, so what I'd like to do is just give Patrick a couple of minutes at the front end here to talk about the overall approach to the budget for this year. We're utilizing all the rest of our leftover ARPA money. That leaves some undesignated fund balance that will be spread over the next 3 years to try to stabilize things so that we're not going way up or way down. So with that, I'll have Patrick kind of lead you through a little bit of that long-term work.
Good morning. You ready for this? Gonna be a nice day. Like every year, the department heads are given the challenge to basically flatline their budget. And this year, pretty much at that point, in the sense that if you can see, last year we had a budget of 15 million, this year currently sits at 15 million, so it's basically flat. Yes, you'll notice when we go through the details, there's items that have gone up, but there's other items that have gone down. Tim mentioned a little bit about using undesignated fund balance and ARPA funds. If you look at our budget year over year without any ARPA funds or undesignated fund balance, we actually incurred roughly 450,000 increase. And that's mostly due to things that were added that weren't actually in last year's budget. If you look, I know this isn't an addition, but the largest impact on our budget this year is the interest income. Last year's budget was based on 5.5%, and we're currently at roughly 4.5, but the projection is we're going to probably be around 4% next year. So that's going to be a reduction of revenue of roughly 240,000. We have a new patrol officer in this budget, which is $163,000. We have, and we'll talk to that in more detail when we get into the SO budget. We have added body cams to this year's budget, which is about $100,000, not net, but total cost. We'll talk about the net when we get there. Central Square has an impact of $51,000. That's the replacement at IMC. And then Microsoft Office. We've been pushing for years to stay away from the Office, which is a monthly subscription, but they're getting to a point that they're stopped servicing and patching, and they're basically forcing us to do this, and it's going to be a substantial increase. And as Tim was mentioning, we're using ARPA funds, some undesignated fund balance, and some capital reserve that we already had to basically offset those new items. If in talking about the undesignated fund balance, at the end of this year, I think we're undesignated fund balance is going to be close to 6.4 million. Okay, out of the 6.4, we need to keep. We don't need to keep, but we're allowed to keep 20% to retain it, which is about 1.6 million. So that's going to leave us roughly 4.8 million that we are required to use to offset taxes. And this is the plan currently, or estimate, on how to utilize those funds. This year, we're going to be using 731,000 ARPA funds, so that's basically the rest of our ARPA funds. So they'll be done as of the end of 2026. With that said, we do have 4.7 million sitting out in an account for our debt relief. And that's what we have left to pay currently, is 4.7 million for our $30 million bond. In FY 2027, we are looking to use a little over $1 million to balance the budget. And that will bring us in at roughly 2.6%. So the use of these funds, we're trying to keep any impact to the taxpayers for future taxation under 3%. So if you look at FY 2028 with the estimates, and this also includes this assumption that the jail cap will have to be increased by 4% each year. At FY 2028, we would use 1.6 million to bring us in at a 400,000 increase, or 2.6%. And the same with FY 2029, we'd use 1.9 million and bring it in at 2.6. But the assumption is we're hoping that we do have savings throughout those years. But every year we'll review this and adjust as needed. But from what we can see right now, we should be able to keep the county budget under 3%, at least until FY 2023. 30. So with that said, I'll turn it back over to Tim.
Any questions on that? I think that's been our strategy, and I believe that's kind of been the direction also of the commission to try to keep it as stable as possible. The first section that we want to look at today is program services, which is on page 7 of your budget packet. Program services are soil and water conservation, the county extension office, the tourism council, and SEDC. The only changed budget of those 4 is the county extension office, and theirs is a slight increase of about $2,000. The other 3 items are pretty much stable as they have been for the last couple of years. With that, Carrie and Julie are here from the extension office. Karen Giles was going to be here today, but she's having car trouble, unfortunately. But I'll allow Carrie to introduce herself at this point and tell you a little bit about what's going on at the extension office.
I'll stand. Good morning. Hi. Good morning. I'm Carrie Chastain. I'm the Executive Director for Extension Operations. Here to represent University of Maine Cooperative Extension. To Tim's point, Karen Giles, who has been a professional staff member within Somerset County, was unable to be here, so apologies. I'm filling in for her with Julie, as well as our president and treasurer of our Somerset County Executive Committee through the Extension Association, Ellen, so she's graciously joined us with her presence. So you have the numbers in front of you, and there is a slight increase of about $2,500-ish. You'll see in the budget packet that the primary ask for funding from the county is related to our administrative staff members who work within the Somerset County Extension Office, Julie being one of those staff members. These positions are a collaboration between the University of Maine and the county governments within each county in the state. So the relationship works that we're seeking your funding to essentially pay the salary for the administrative person, but the University of Maine does cover all of the benefits associated with that position. So it's kind of that collaborative funding effort. Within Somerset County office, we employ typically 1.5 employees. So we have 1 full-time employee and then a half-time employee as well. Their primary roles within the county office is to be there face-to-face. So they handle all of our walk-in clients. So anyone within Somerset County that needs support related to cooperative extension or what our resources are, that administrative person plays the primary front-facing role within the office. They also support any programming staff that are associated with Somerset County. So within the packet here, and apologies, I don't know how familiar you are with cooperative extension, but we offer programming related to 4-H, sustainable agriculture, AFNAP, which is our extended food and nutrition education programming. So those professional employees that oversee those programming efforts within Somerset County, the administrative staff also support them. And that looks like generalized administrative support in terms of marketing of programs, registrations, and all of our financial management within the Somerset County is handled by those staff members. So that's the bulk, I would say, of what the ask is within our request. The rest of it is operational needs within the county office. So things like the bills, the electric bill, the copier, etc. So that's, I don't know if there's any questions that I can fill in the blanks. That's the ask.
Thank you. Does the commissioner have any questions? Go ahead, Office. Thank you. Thank you, Karen.
You're welcome. Thank you for having us.
All right. Christian Savage is here, and he has 30 seconds.
I don't want to tie us up, but we work closely together. If you have any questions, I'll obviously ask them. With SEDC, we're the Tourism Council. I sit on that board as well.
Yeah.
You're probably less familiar with the Tourism Council. Most people in this area are. Our target audience is not Kennebec Valley residents, but visitors from away. So we have targeted email campaigns, marketing campaigns, website, all things for visitors coming to essentially Gardner up through Jackman. So we help promote events, public events, private events, seasonal tourism, activities, stuff like that. So.
Just one last word on the program services. I was just clarifying things with Dave Spencer in his role of TIF. And so we're going to keep things the same as we did in last year's budget, where for Christian's budget, SEDC, it's a $70,000 ask. You only see $50,000 in this budget. The other 20 is paid out of TIF for services he provides in the UT. And it's the same with the Tourism Council. It's a $6,000 ask. $3,000 comes out of the budget, $3,000 comes out of the TIF to support the Rockwood Moosehead area. So that's how those are funded. So if there are no questions on program services, we'll go to page 1, which is your emergency management budget. Mike and Sarah are here this morning to answer any questions about the operation. So probably one of the things that Mike will touch on is revenue, since their revenue comes from the federal government, right? overall, the revenue that we're forecasting for this coming budget is already in place. So there's no real concerns about that going away. It's the future that is in concern. And the overall budget is really less than a 3% change from last year to this year. So with that, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, the revenue issue is caught up with us this year. I mean, last year when we were doing budget, we went off in the previous year's numbers, and then we found out in July that we were taking a reduction. So that's why you'll see we were budgeted actually higher than what we are projected to receive or what we've been awarded. Because the federal budget, obviously starting October 1st, doesn't line up with our July 1st, which creates some issues as far as that funding goes. I'm optimistic, I'm cautiously optimistic that the revenue will be somewhere near this amount this year, if there is revenue. As far as grant money goes, what's that?
If there's revenue.
I'm just gonna say, they've frozen all reimbursements right now, so, we've got we got $125,000 outstanding out there that is being held up and not being reimbursed, so I'm just hoping that that continues. But the meat of this budget, I think the actual expense change in this budget is $967, not counting the $7,000 loss in revenue. So I don't know if there's any particular lines you want me to address.
I'll just add one more thing for context on the income, the revenue stream. Maine Emergency Management, MEMA, was before the Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee on Monday, informing them that they've taken $3 million of federal funding out of their budget and moved that $3 million into a request from the state because they're not sure that their grants and other things are going to be funded. So I certainly understand some of the uncertainty in that regard. So.
Mike, any information on, so where we've got away from providing comm services to other parts of the state on the cheap? That whole,
That's gonna be Tammy's.
Oh, okay.
Yep,
Okay.
yeah, that's gonna be on the communication
Okay.
side. Yep.
And she heard the questions. Okay. Okay. Great.
The basic difference is, in employee benefits, it's just that we were, when you budget at the highest level until you fill that position. Sarah didn't come to us until January. So that's why there's a rather large amount unexpended so far this year, because we did not fill that position until halfway through the year. And other than that, there's, let's see, those are pretty flat. The only other spot that would be services, which would be equipment agreements. The EMA vehicle, the last lease payment back to the county was made on that in October. The vehicle is 6 years old. I have budgeted 6 months worth of payments in here to go out to RFP sometime late fall to have a vehicle sometime the first of the year to only affect half of this budget.
Any questions for Mike? At this time, if you've got an opportunity, he's got the...
I'm going to take 2 seconds to give you the updated, our proposed updated emergency operations plan.
Thank you.
And will Robert come in at all?
Yes.
What I would ask is that if you could review it, Tim's been through it once, if you could take a look at it, and then we're actually hoping that you will promulgate that and approve it at the next meeting, if at all possible. If you have any questions or comments or anything on any sections in there, email, call, whatever, either Sarah or I, and we'll try to address those.
All right. So the next department is the comm center, the communications department. Tammy will come up. Page 2, that's halfway through page 2, is the beginning of the comm budget. You will notice that they are carrying the same amount of revenue, and because of the way we expend the ARPA funds, departments that have a large amount of employees are the easiest way for Patrick to report those ARPA funds. So Her revenue includes $400,000 of the last of our ARPA funds. So going forward in the budgets, you'll see that change. There won't be that large amount of revenue coming into communications. But for this year, it helps stabilize that budget.
Next year, she'll make up 400,000 somehow.
That's right.
I'm on it.
Patrick always tries to keep these budget meetings light.
Right.
But again, the overall change to the communications budget is pretty much negligible. I think it's a net change of $1,600 out of a almost $2 million budget, so less than 1%. I will refer to this document that Tammy and Shane produced this year. I did email it out to the commissioners several weeks ago, so I don't expect you to have it in front of you. I also emailed it out to members of the Budget Committee. It is an excellent 7 or 8 page document that really gives a good summary of what goes on at the comm center. And so it is, I think it's very user-friendly and very helpful for your understanding. So if you want me to resend that, I'll be glad to resend that out to you. So, okay. You've already got one question lined up. So.
You ready for a question?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Where early on we restructured comms as far as not providing these services almost across the state on the cheap. How is that working out at this point in time? Have we relieved a lot of the overtime and the added expense and those sorts of things?
Yes, when we were answering strictly 911 calls for those 17 municipalities in Kennebec County, yes, that has made a great improvement in our workflow. We were answering on average 3 times what other dispatchers, 911 only, we're not talking calls for service, 911, of other dispatchers across the state. So yes, that has made a big difference for us. And it's also helped with our retention, I believe, because people were not, call like this back to back. So I think that has helped a lot with the retention.
And how about the difference between, so of course they were providing some money for that expense, but I know that was a big concern too, was we basically couldn't charge them enough to actually make up for what it was costing Somerset County residents.
Absolutely.
So has that evened out pretty well, or?
Yes, it has. We still do provide PSEP services for Benton, which is, but that's because we sent Fairfield and Benton as a fire department. They cover that town. So that is the only town left, but yes, it has, because we would have had to add more staff to make ends meet really with the amount of workload and 911 call volume.
Basically, when this change took place, they eliminated 2 positions. And the revenue that we was bringing in was right around 150,000. So there's a...
So we're bringing in 150,000, but we're paying for 2 positions, which would be roughly
220.
Right. So Somerset County taxpayers were picking up the tab for those other municipalities.
And since we got rid of those towns, it created a lot of havoc within the state because it had to take multiple agencies to cover the workload that we were doing here in Somerset. So some were farmed out to Androscoggin, State Police, and Waterville. It became a PSAP actually because we were covering a multitude of those towns.
But ultimately, Somerset County is in better shape because of it. So
Absolutely.
good plan on the part of the organization over there. Thank you.
The only other change, maybe I want to just point to, and Patrick did mention it, our outside services decreased 36,000, and that was, we still are using the service. It's a quality improvement for our medical and fire calls. We're mandated by the state to do 100 medical calls and 67 fire calls each month and report those out by the 15th of the month. So this service is a third party that queues and evaluates all of our calls, and then I run reports on all of the dispatchers. So that the state has picked up that cost and offered it out to all PSAPs in the state. So that's a $36,000 saving. We did have to pay the first initial $18,000 contractually where it landed. And I don't know, can questions, let me touch on the PAG project.
Sure.
We were talking about Central Square and going live April 8th. It's been a little bit of a setback. Notified the sheriff Tuesday night. They're not going to meet their deliverables. They were set to have Maine crash, which the officers use to create their diagrams for crash, available for February 28th, and they did not meet that deadline. We're set to go live April 8th, and they're looking to potentially push us back into August. So, but it's not ready to go. I mean, there's a multitude of other issues, but that Maine crash is not deliverable on time.
I think the philosophy is we want it to be complete before we accept it.
And it's not just affecting Somerset, it's affecting other dispatch centers
Yes.
and other counties, and so we're all kind of in the same boat.
Yes.
Can you go get Victoria?
Yes.
Any other questions for Tom?
May I pass out one item?
Sure.
Some more reading material for you.
Vice that.
Yes, no. This was presented to the Energy and Utilities Commission last week as part of the stakeholder group that was reviewing recruitment and retention. Just a piece out. And it speaks to the document that Tim was talking about earlier, a little bit more in depth on how we can, the importance of dispatchers, how they are the true first responders. They're currently recognized more on the clerical side, and their jobs have evolved tremendously over the time.
I kindly turn it back to you.
For the record, 25 minutes from your driveway to here, that's pretty impressive.
And I did not speak.
You have an electric car, you can't speed.
I'm good. I can speak, actually, but I didn't take you like a move. I took the grass to the gas station.
This is electrified.
Who's next?
So we have heard from the Extension Office, Emergency Management, and the Comm Center. Because there is probate court today, we're going to go to the register of probate at this time. That's on page 16 of your budget packet.
Sounds good.
And Victoria is joining us now.
Thank you, Victoria. Please.
So in regard to the probate budget, a little bit of uptick in revenue. And the increase to the budget is due to the alignment of wages and benefits. And Patrick can help me on this. I believe we had some employees take a different health insurance or different benefit package, so that raised the benefit line.
Different than the people that had left.
That's correct, okay. And you may recall from years past that we have been budgeting a third clerk in probate for several years. Currently, we operate with a register and 2 clerks. And the 2 clerks we have are great, but they're very new, still within the last couple of years. So you also recall as commissioners that you made adjustments to the salary of the register and the probate judge at the end of the year, effective January 1st. So this budget includes those changes with one exception. The third full-time has now been moved to a part-time position. So, and Victoria can explain this a little bit further, but the thinking behind that was it may be easier to bring in a part-time person, either somebody that's experienced or somebody that wants to learn, than going out and trying to bring on a third full-time person when you still have 2 inexperienced people that Victoria is responsible for training and so forth. So that's the numbers difference is the wages and benefits line, the way they're structured. So with that, anything else you'd like to add?
Not necessarily.
I think you stole her thunder.
Well, that's my job.
Make sure that you're doing your job here. Yes, anything to add?
Not necessarily, I mean, unless you have some questions, I mean, I think that he pretty much explained it. I'm still working with both of them. I've had a tremendous training with both of them. The newest deputy, she's doing well. She's learning fast, which is good. She's grabbed the bull by the horn, but I mean, it does take quite a few years to learn probate. We're going through another code change right now in another month, where things are going to start to go confidential that never were. So it's going to be a whole another learning curve.
Yeah.
So we're about to learn something new again. But yeah, so what you have in front of you is what we should need.
Any questions or comments from any of the commissioners?
I will say that, you know, Commissioner Alsop is not joining us today, but he did review the budget. He sent out some emails, and he had questions, just points that he would want to bring up, in particular with the probate, because that was his, you know, background. He also had some questions about the district attorney's office I'll bring up on his behalf. But one is in regards to the training. And I'm assuming that the training and the travel and lodging that we put in here is primarily for the probate judges training that he goes to.
Majority, yes.
Okay. Because there's really not a set of training for probate other than you, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. A lot of what we do is Zoom, and if we do travel, it's usually to Augusta, and there's no sense of asking for a lot of reimbursement for that. It's only Augusta. So.
All right,
No further questions?
all set?
Boy.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
So now we're going to move into what I call our law enforcement section, where we're going to try to do the DA's office and the sheriff and the jail all this morning, primarily because someone's itching to get his stitches out. Sheriff Lancaster has a procedure this afternoon, so typically we would do the sheriff and the jail last, but we're going to move them up to this morning first, and we'll start with the district attorney, and that data is on page 4 of your packet, so we're going to bounce around. I hope we can handle it.
Do you want to start with the sheriff?
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me.
Well, you're here. You'll be brief, I'm sure. You're not an elected official. You're not campaigning today.
Never ask a lawyer for a brief.
That's a good point.
Well, I do have to start by saying thank you to Chris Tosti. This is his first budget that he's going through for the DA's office, and has just done such a tremendous job. I'm just so grateful that you are stepping up and being our office manager, and I want to acknowledge that he has been working on weekends and working late at nights, and he does not get overtime, but he's just shown tremendous commitment to the work that we do. So had to start by thanking you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. So overall on our budget, we don't have, the bottom line is not a big change. It's, if I'm reading this correctly, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's the 2.71% change. We do have an increase in our revenues, and so that's a little unpredictable as to whether we'll be able to continue that, but it does seem to be on a good trend. I did write up, which I thought I could probably email to you, because otherwise it would take me about 5 minutes or so to read a letter that I wrote up about all the work that we do at the DA's office. There's a lot of things we do people don't realize. Like, for example, we draft our own appeals. Many people think that we just handle the trials. But we have an outstanding prosecutor in our office. He's our first assistant, Tim Snyder. He has done what I've never seen anyone do in anywhere in the state, frankly, which is win 12 jury trials in a row. Never seen that. In Maine, it's incredibly hard to get guilty verdicts at a jury trial. And he's done this with cases ranging from burglaries to aggravated trafficking to gross sexual assault to a baby that was shaken with high-level medical information that he had to bring in. He's brilliant. I am really awed by the work that he's been able to do. And that actually gives us more work, because now we have to draft all those appeals. And that's a part of our position that many people don't realize, is that when we lose, we actually have less work to do. There's no appeal when we lose. So it's a wonderful problem to have, but he is, he's doing great. The whole office is doing great. I'm very just honored to work with these people. And that's why I thought I would take the time to write this up, so that people would really have an understanding that with public defender's office, or, well, I shouldn't say that, but the many defense attorneys don't do their own appeals. So it's just a little different. You might think, oh, they don't have to do their appeals. No, of course we do. We also have to do post-conviction review. So I won't go into all of it, but I thought I could email it if you're interested. So in terms of the budget itself, I didn't know if you wanted me to talk about Axon.
I think we'll get there in a minute. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things,
Yes.
and you and the sheriff may be able to just make sure that we're all on the same page. So the wages that are in this budget, correct me, did they include running logic?
Yes.
Okay, it's not special victims, it's domestic violence investigator.
Yes.
Okay, right, so that's, if you trend backwards, that wasn't the case a few years ago. Excuse me, it is the case now.
Yeah.
So the personnel also includes an office manager and 4 legal secretaries?
Correct.
Okay, and that's a change that was put in the budget last year, to put that 4th legal secretary in place. And so we'll talk about this more in other departments as well, but hiring is better than it was maybe a couple of years ago, but this office in particular is a high-stress office. And so turnover is kind of almost expected in a certain degree. I believe we have one opening. You'll see it on your agenda later today. I believe we have one opening to post for one of those legal secretary positions. But Chris is doing a good job, and we've had some good interviews for other departments that I think might, flow over to this as well. Commissioner Alsop, he had the same question for the DA's office about training. And you and I had this conversation earlier in the year when I got the hotel bill from the prosecutors conference.
Yep.
And so it's a $4,000 hotel bill that the county pays for the assistant DAs to go to the prosecutors conference. And so the question was back and forth, and it wasn't just Commissioner Alsop. Every county was asking this question this week, so you must have been everywhere. But every county was asking that particular question about, why are we paying so much for training state employees? So the short answer is, it's in state statute. State statute says that the county commissioners will provide for the training of the district attorney's office, including those state employees. So it's kind of one of those rubs back and forth between county expense and state expense. But if you could just talk a little bit about the prosecutors conference, that might be helpful.
So the way that we're required as attorneys to have a certain number of continuing legal education credits every year, or we can't be attorneys anymore. There's, way before my time, there was lots of discussion on how to do that most economically. And what the people before me decided was they would get all the prosecutors in the state together in the state of Maine, they don't leave the state, but in the state of Maine, and at one location, and to do the training for everyone all at once during administrative week. Because we can't take prosecutors out of court when court's in session. It's just, there's too many court dates. But the court has an administrative week in October, and they don't have court, except for in custodies. We still do the in custodies, which are people who are arrested have to be before a judge within 48 hours. We do that Monday, Wednesday, Friday, but we can do that virtually, so we can do that from anywhere in the state. So that was the decision that was made, and for a very long time, this was quite the economical decision. We had a location that was not charging us even close to the market rate, and it seemed like there was nothing to question here. I will tell you, everyone's questioning it now, because the Bar Harbor, the rates for the rooms, and we've been going to Bar Harbor since well before I started. So I started in 2013, and that was years before I started that they picked Bar Harbor. They picked it because it's off-season. They picked it because they could get good rates. There's lots of hotel space, and there's a big conference center that can hold not only all the prosecutors, but also all the victim witness advocates. So there's a couple of things that we could do differently, and we do need feedback. So don't hold back. We do need feedback. And I have a meeting with all the DAs once a month. My next meeting is Friday. And these are the kinds of things that we talk about, is what we're hearing from our local county governments. One thing that we could do is no longer pay for the advocates to go, because they're not required by statute to get this training. It would be sad to not have them there, though, because they do learn a lot. I do think that training is extremely helpful. It's simply not in statute that it's required. So that's one thing that we could think about. Another thing is we could change location, and our executive director has looked at shifting everything to either Sunday River or Sugarloaf, a place with a big enough conference center. Their hotel rates are cheaper, but their food is more expensive, and we have to buy the food. So it came out as a wash. So the question is, are there other places that she should be looking at? And then what should we be thinking about in terms of, while I know the prosecutors are paid by the state, we do consider ourselves working for the county, in that we're doing county work, what's been traditionally county work, which is prosecuting the crimes that occur in the counties where we're working. And that's always been a county function. When it was changed to have the salaries paid by the state, that was to benefit the counties, right? That was to take some of the burden off of the counties. It doesn't change the way we see ourselves, at least I know in my office. We're focused on everyone prosecuting Somerset County. They're focused on Somerset County. They're not really concerned about, well, what are they doing in Portland, but it's let's work with our sheriff, let's work with our law enforcement and do what's best here, which is different from the way the AAG drug prosecutors see things. They're looking at, we want to have a statewide approach to handling this issue or that issue. We really take more of a county approach and what's best in the county. So happy to hear feedback on this continuing to go to Bar Harbor. The rates have absolutely dramatically increased. They do still give us the per diem rate based on what the federal government says the per diem is, but it's just a lot higher. It's taken us all by surprise. So it's something we've got to be thinking about.
So a question on the advocates and their participation in that. How much do you feel that values and increases the ability for you guys to prosecute your cases more effectively?
The biggest thing that I see coming out of the conference is how we coalesce as an office. So when the advocates and the attorneys know each other at a personal level, and have spent time not only learning together, but also say, last year we went out on, the Marine Patrol took us all out on a boat together. And everyone went, right? The advocates, the attorneys, everyone. It does bring you to a closer working relationship, and that's helpful.
So I guess the other question I would have is there a number, if that was not continued to happen, how does that bring that number down in respect to?
So if you look on page 4, under employee costs, where you have travel, meals, lodging, training, and you kind of follow it across, the lodging line is what's really was being hit. If you go back a few years ago, we only paid $1,350 for lodging, and then last 2 years is around $2,500. We budgeted $3,000 for this year, but we've spent almost $4,000, and that's the raise in the room rates. Now, when you take that category collectively, we're really not spending what we're budgeting for travel and meals, so that kind of balances out the whole section. So, and just to be clear, so that everybody's on the same page, the victim's advocate is not a state employee, that's one of our county employees.
Yeah.
So they benefit from this training, and I would be in favor of keeping them
Yeah.
in the training because they do benefit as a county employee for that. And in addition to this, Chris, do we offer much training for legal secretaries?
No.
Through the year? Right. So that, again, that kind of falls on you.
Right.
To provide that training. So this is really specific to the assistant district attorneys. But to your point, Commissioner, really, if we didn't fund that lodging, it would save us a couple $1,000s. So it's fairly negligible, but it's a topic issue because of the state-county thing. And I don't know if you've heard, but the governor is not really in favor of giving more money to counties. So at this point, I want to draw your attention to page 5, and under services, the first line there, 4380, is IT maintenance agreements. This is the agreement we have with the state. But in our conversations with the district attorney and with Chris, we got on the subject of Axon. And so you'll recall Axon is the company that we have contracted with for our body cameras. So there's a couple aspects to that. When footage is recorded on these cameras, we've all talked about the AI capacity to help write reports and so forth. And so that's already in place and underway in the sheriff's office. But still, that Axon doesn't talk to the software that collects that data for the district attorney's office. So all that data has to go to a system for the DA's office so that defense attorneys and prosecutors have access to that data. Right now, they don't talk to each other. So when a deputy collects that data through the Axon camera, it goes to a system in the sheriff's office, correct me if I'm wrong, and then a individual in the sheriff's office manually uploads that to a piece of software where the district attorney's office can grab it. So Axon has essentially one-stop shopping, where you could purchase an Axon product so that the cameras would automatically upload. And so the data would not have to be uploaded by an individual. It would just, as soon as that comes within the scope of the internet, I guess, that information would go to an Axon server. And so we've done some research, and part of the problem is the current server that's collecting this data is outdated, and it's not going to be supported much longer. And so the Axon option is something that we've been looking into. So I'll let you explain what you found so far.
And our contract is up at the end of September. So the current server that we're using will have the option of renewing with them or switching to Axon in the immediate future. And looking at, I mean, Tim's absolutely right, looking at how it would benefit the sheriff's office to, if we, instead of staying with ShareFile, if we move to Axon, that was a big part of the reason that it got my attention. It got the attention of the other district attorneys throughout the state because ShareFile is having difficulty with the amount of data that we're using across the state. So using it as a data file storage unit, ShareFile is really a business product, and they weren't expecting the amount of storage that these body cameras require, and especially now that they're such high quality. If anyone has watched the American Murder, the Gabby DePito story, a lot of that, and that's on Netflix, a lot of that story is told with Axon body cameras because it's that high quality. And you can't tell that they're going from professional film equipment to Axon. It's that high quality. So that's a lot of data to get that high quality. And it's not something that ShareFile is looking at being able to maintain. So with Cumberland County, they've told them they can't keep supporting them because they're so much larger than we are, that they've said we can't do it. They haven't told me that yet, but again, I'm not up for contract evaluation until October 1st. I know for sure they're gonna raise the price on me. That's because they've done that to the other DAs. Our contract, we came on board with ShareFile about a year after other DAs did. So we're also coming up for renewal, so I get to see the benefit of what's happening in the other counties to see what's coming for me. And they've all had the prices increased because ShareFile wasn't expecting us to need so much data. So there's that benefit to the sheriff's office of, okay, we'll immediately get it, no more uploading these videos, and it's a lot of personnel time. But there's also, don't get me wrong, there's a huge benefit to my office. There are 2 programs that we would no longer need to use because Axon embeds it in their data storage system. One is Rev.com. We use Rev.com all the time to create transcripts. I can upload any video, any audio file, and I can get a transcript of that file. When it comes to preparing for trial, that's gold. You can see at what minute the person said F you to the officer, and you can clip that minute and have that be part of your PowerPoint for the closing, and make sure you're playing that part to the jury. You can also clip when the judge decides that you can't include the child pornography confession with the sexual assault discussion. You can clip out everything where they refer to child pornography, and you just keep the part in where they're talking about the sexual assault, and that's the only part that the jury gets to hear because of the unfortunate ruling of the judge. Not in this county, in Kennebec County that happened. But we have to clip these videos a lot, and so we use clip art to clip the videos, and we use Rev.com to get the transcript so we can see exactly when things are coming up. The other thing that we're currently not even able to do is, because Axon provides you with the transcript automatically without you even asking for it, without doing an extra step, we currently watch hours and hours of body camera footage for even a simple OUI. If you think about it, there's hours, right, for all the field sobriety tests and the breathalyzer. Well, now we could get a transcript that we can skim, and all of us can skim a transcript much faster than watching hours of body camera footage. So we'll also make our ability to screen cases go much faster. We'll be able to see, oh, okay, here's the important part. I'll watch that part of the video from here to here. There's hours of video where a person is sitting in the back of a cruiser and nothing happens, but we still have to watch it all because we don't know nothing's happening until we watch it. But with this transcript, we would be able to know that. So it would be a huge benefit to us as well. I did reach out to Axon. They originally gave me a quote for both Kennebec and Somerset. I asked him if he could divide that up into 2, so just Somerset, just Kennebec so we could have our own quotes. That did benefit Somerset. I shared, it was late last night, but I shared it with Tim, because nothing happens ahead of time. But he sent an email that that's actually gonna benefit us because that will, being a smaller county, we're allowed to do virtual trainings and they're not gonna send a representative here. They do send a representative to Kennebec, but that means we don't have to pay for that representative. And if Somerset needs help, we'll have Kennebec who have it for someone in person, so we don't have to pay for that. So I was like, that's great, because I know Somerset has less financial options than Kennebec, so I was happy to see that there was that benefit to Somerset. And we talked about what would be the price for 5 years of Axon, looking at that up front. We estimated, based on the numbers they gave us, it would be about $100,000. And I was glad to see that it came in under that, $88,647.20 for 5 years of the Axon data storage.
So if I can
Yeah.
jump in from here, and I've been back and forth in conversations with Scott Ferguson over the last couple of days, and he mentioned that he name dropped me at Kennebec. And so, as you're talking about the same thing with them. So, one of the things that, as Megan just mentioned, I'm just getting to look at the numbers and the data now. So this is basically $14,000, $15,000 a year over 5 years, which is similar to what was set up with the sheriff's office with a 5-year plan. But similar to what we did with the sheriff's office, I'm trying to see, is there room in our current budget where we could absorb some of this cost now and receive some savings by paying it all up front. And so I need to take a look at the Axon data that has been provided, and I need to take a look at that budget line 4830, which is currently budgeted for $30,000. If we can't absorb it all in this year, then it will affect that budget line. So as we are working our way through the budget process, we'll circle back to this line and see how it's going to land. But if you, as the commissioners, are in agreement that we should pursue Axon to have this continuity in service, then we can try to work out how to pay for it. So, at this point, I'd like your feedback.
Question on that, you've probably been already working on it, Tim. So, with the new program, of course, there's an added cost there, but you're going to eliminate 2 older programs, the 2 that you had mentioned that you have to use now, I can't remember what they were, but between that, share file and the other one, between that, and then it sounds like there's going to be some man hours saved because you're going to be able to, scan transcripts and things like that. Anybody have a rough idea of where that math will take us?
So that, we assumed you'd ask that, since you asked the same question with Axon for the sheriff's office. And that's where, I just got this last night, so I haven't had a chance to, I'm sorry. Commissioner Cecil's here on 2 hours sleep, so, I should be ashamed. That's what I'd like to do, so that's why I draw your attention to that $30,000 number, because some of what we're paying comes out of that, but more of what we'll be paying goes in. And just like Axon with the sheriff's office, you have budgeted out for 5 years, and then always the question, okay, we get to year 6, how does this all shake out as far as budget-wise and so forth? But
and I know it's anecdotal, but the current storage that we're using, what you're seeing in increases in other counties, do you have a generalization of if we stayed there, what sort of increase we might get there?
oh, jeez. Yeah.
Right? And you throw all that together, and it doesn't sound like this is going to be a huge increase for what we get out of it.
No, when we finalized the contracts with the sheriff's office and the jail with Axon, as you know, we were able to front load a lot of that sheriff's office cost because it was $700,000, and we front loaded a lot in this current budget. With the jail, their overall camera cost was $20,000 a year, And so we asked them, what if we pay that all in one lump sum? So we don't pay it over 5 years, we pay it cash. What cash discount would you get? And it was a 5% discount for cash. And so we decided to do that. We had the cash on hand, we paid for it all at once. So the same thing with here with Axon. We can figure out the $14,000 a year, what that will do to that 30,000 figure. Obviously it'll go up, but how much? Or we could try to figure out a way to pay a cash price, get a discount, and then that flattens your budget for the next 5 years and gives you an opportunity to figure out, okay, what do we need to be putting away to get to year 6 when that changes over? So that was our thinking on it.
Well, my question is, when we're looking for efficiencies, how would that cost if all the DAs purchase the same software as one package for all the DAs? Would that create savings for everyone? I mean, you siloed it out for Kennebec and Somerset, and it saved Somerset money. It didn't save Kennebec any money. And that's good for us, but if all the property taxpayers in the state can save some money by one package, what does that look like?
So it does still save Kennebec money for us to be moving before everyone else moves. Although I have to just preface, I'm talking to a salesman, right? So I'm talking to Kyle, who's our salesman, he's the salesman for Axon. But what he is saying to me is he's giving a discount to the early adapters, which right now his conversations are with me and with Cumberland County. And that he's giving us a discount for being the early ones to come on, and saying if you waited until next year, then it's going to be a higher price. All of the other DAs also want, they're going to have to do something, but I think with some of the other counties, they're going to wait till share file breaks until they move. And other counties don't have a sheriff's office that is using Axon body cameras. So it's not going to have the multiplier effect that it could have here. Kennebec County doesn't currently have any body cameras or cruiser cameras for their deputies. We recently had an incident where a defendant took the stand in an OUI trial and accused a Kennebec deputy of assaulting her. And it was, it was completely false. It was, there's no question in my mind that she lied. And thankfully, the jury agreed and convicted her of both OUI and resisting arrest, which is going to give her no credibility if she tried to sue the county civilly for the statements that she made on the witness stand. That just occurred, and that has really moved the county to say, wow, we are not protecting our officers when we're sending them out by themselves. They don't have a partner. They're out in the rural roads, and it's not just that they can be attacked by physical attack, it's that they can be attacked with false accusations, and that we're leaving them in a very difficult place. So Kennebec County now wants body cameras. So they're also looking at what do they want to do for body cameras. Axon's one of their options. They haven't made their decision yet. But it's that the ability to have both sheriff and DA on the same program is really where you get the best savings and you get the best, there's the biggest rationale for moving in that direction. So yeah, the other counties so far, I'm going to bring it up again on Friday, but what I'm hearing from Kyle, who's the Axon rep, is they're talking with him, but they're not ready to move. They don't feel that they can make the financial change yet.
So it's like Kennebec's not ready to move either. They're looking at different body camera.
Right.
They haven't decided yet. I'm actually talking with Kennebec tonight at the budget committee meeting. I've spoken with some of the budget committee members who think that the DA's office should move to Axon even if the sheriff's office decides on different body cameras. And then others disagree. So I actually don't know what Kennebec's going to do. And that's why I wanted the package from Axon to be two totally separate things. What Kennebec does doesn't impact what Somerset does. They can make their own independent decisions.
So I have one request, then we'll get back to the commission. And this has nothing to do with your sales skills, but I'd like to talk to this salesman.
Please.
Okay.
Oh, please do. I would love that.
Sheriff, do you know if this Kyle is the same salesman?
Yes, I believe he is.
Okay, so I'd like to kind of circle back with you and his
Circle back?
deputy, you like that?
Circle the wagons.
I've heard that before.
Who's the deputy that,
That's Sergeant Jackson.
Jackson, yeah. I'd like to get everybody to take a look at this and.
I support the DA on this request. I think that, here's the deal. Technology is, if we're all using the same product, we're going to be the most effective and most efficient. We really run into problems when you start downloading to one system to download to another system. And to DA Maloney's point, I have seen an uptick of people accusing deputies and police officers in general of misconduct, and these body cameras have really saved us.
Outside of the initial cost of everything, ongoing with this, as with every project, there's a time when it is going to have to be updated, fixed. Any projection of those costs for the cameras and with what you're talking about in terms of.
So speaking as a salesman, I'll tell you, you're paying a lot up front to get this in place, and the increase will be minimal in 5 years.
Yeah.
So, but that's all you're going to hear at this one.
This is gonna be based on their service, so this constant updates. And when you talk about
Basically like a
technology,
lease agreement.
yeah, so it's a lease agreement. When it comes to technology, the body cams and the dash cams are gonna be replaced every 5 years, part of the contract. So the equipment and process should change with time.
But you're right, it's always going to be an ongoing cost.
But to this point, with efficiency, I just spoke with
Right.
Kristen, she's actually the brains of the outfit, but we had to upload, it took her several hours, she had to dedicate to uploading one case versus this homicide that just occurred in Norwood. We were just able to do a link, which just took seconds. It's in our best interest to be on the same system.
There's your salesman.
Any other questions?
Oh, wait, there's more.
If you buy now.
If you buy now,
Warranty.
That's right.
you'll get,
Any other questions for the district attorney?
I'm looking for the amount on the budget. Again,
It's not included in the budget.
So you're looking for the Axon now?
yeah, it's not in the budget.
Axon's not in the budget, we just received this quote last night. So
Okay, all right, so,
that's why I said if you circle that $30,000 figure under services, that's the number that's going to change between now and probably when we get to the budget committee. Or we may even know by the next commissioners meeting to give you an idea.
and that would be, that's 4380?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the line you'll be looking at.
I would assume, Tim, that if Megan can actually give you the breakdown of that 30,000.
Yep.
That would help you.
I think you did at one point.
Yes.
I'm sure I filed it away.
This, well, what I sent last night does have No, he bundles it for this one.
Yeah.
It was the earlier one, I can resend that,
Yeah.
and I really,
No,
it would
this
be
is what the
wonderful
actual.
to have you call him.
And I'd be glad to. I think what Patrick is referring to is you shared a breakdown of that $30,000. You shared that with me. That's in
Yes,
there.
oh,
So,
yes, we
yeah.
do have that, yes.
What is that breakdown?
That's a breakdown of where does this 30,000 go for IT maintenance agreement? Some of it goes to the salary of the person who is overseeing IT for the prosecutor's offices for the whole state. Some of it goes for, well, actually.
Why don't you read it?
I want to make sure I get it right.
Just to be clear, our IT for Somerset does not support the DA's office. The DA's office is fully supported by the state's IT system. That's what we pay essentially that $30,000, $35,000 for. So,
Yeah, the state covers all their equipment up there and everything.
Right.
All we do is provide them a portal to our system.
So, and actually on here, we do have $5,000 for share file. So
Yeah.
that would not be needed if we did Axon.
And that's 5,000 a year, or?
Yes, yeah. And then we have money for messenger licenses, and that's for.
That's for
like,
Open Fox.
And that's for doing background checks,
Background
criminal
checks.
background checks. So that's 1,188. We have money for e-prosecutor, which is a file so Axon stores all of our digital stuff, right? Everything, law enforcement gives us their cases either through share file or if we go to Axon through Axon. And that's how we'll get all the cases. It has the videos, it has the pictures, the police reports, all of that. Then we have what you would think of normally as like a filing cabinet. And right now it's called Justware. It's going to be called e-prosecutor in the future. If anyone has heard me talk about this before, you kind of would scratch your head and go, I thought you said 4 years ago you were switching to e-prosecutor, and you would be right. I say this every year, that we're supposed to switch to e-prosecutor. Hasn't happened yet. I am assured once again that we are switching to e-prosecutor, and the reason is Justware is no longer supported. It's the same company. The same company owns both Justware and e-prosecutor. I think it's called New Dawn.
New Dawn.
Okay. But if something goes wrong with Justware.
I didn't find New Dawn okay in your contacts.
Hey.
That's funny.
Someone's listening.
If Justware breaks down, we don't have the ability to fix it. If it stops working. So we do need to move to e-prosecutor. And what that is we used to have these paper files that we would bring with us everywhere. Now it's all electronic. And that makes it, one, we're not carrying the paper files around, we're not putting in the staff time to create the paper files, but the bigger benefit is we're communicating with each other in a way that's seamless. So if I'm looking at a case, if a defense attorney calls me and says, hey, I really want to talk to you about this case that's up in Somerset, I don't have to call Chris and say, I need you to pull that file and read to me what I can just type on the computer. I have all of the information that is specific to our office. That's the notes from the advocate, the offer from the prosecutor, what have you filed with the court in terms of complaints, indictments, motions. And that way, when I'm talking to the defense attorney, I'm not going to say something that is inconsistent with what the office has already done. We keep each other on the same page. If I'm covering in court for a case that I've never even looked at before, I can do it seamlessly because all I'm doing is typing in that name and I'm going based on the notes in the computer system. The offer is 6-2-3, 6 years, all but 2 years, 3 years of probation. Great, I can say that. I'm not saying something different from what the prosecutor said before. There's no prosecutor shopping, and there's no, oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, that prosecutor is out sick today. I don't have that information. No, actually, I have it all. We can cover for each other like that. I once covered a case that I was told at 10 p.m. I was going to need to cover for a prosecutor who was going to be out sick the next day. It was easy, won the trial, because all of the information was there. All I had to do was type in the computer, boom, it's all there. All the questions that she planned to ask, boom, all there, because she had prepared. She was ready for trial. We can cover for each other seamlessly. So that's what e-prosecutor is, or JustWare. Right now it's JustWare. Someday, my prediction will come true and it will be e-prosecutor. So that's what the money is.
So, yeah. And I just cautioned that we're not going to try to figure out that 30,000 number right now. But there are some things that will have to stay, some things that can be swapped out. So that's the plan.
Any other questions for the DA? Okay, I guess we're set there. And you wanted to go through the sheriff?
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you'll find the sheriff's budget starting on page 17. And the first category on page 17 is our court security. I'm pleased to say I did sit in on negotiations with the state, and so I believe we have come to an agreement with the state on how to compensate our county people. So basically, Patrick sends in the actuals, modified a little bit for the week-to-week work, and the state reimburses us. So it's essentially a pass-through, but I'm pleased to say that we are able to get our employees paid at the same rate that a state employee will be paid for these types of positions. We're one of only 2 counties that hires our own court security. Every other county uses the state service. So, and that's preferential for the sheriff, and also Justice Mullins prefers it that way as well. So, I don't know if you had any questions on the courts.
Basically a pass-through cost.
Right.
Excuse me?
It's basically a pass-through cost.
Yeah.
It was a big deal that we received compensation from the state to be able to compensate our security people at the same rate as the state, what they've identified the rate is for that job. So there was a lot of negotiation going back and forth, but the team was successful at getting that to happen.
And I will add, and I was remiss to think about it when Victoria was here. As you recall, as Commissioners Rob Washburn came and spoke to you once about maybe having a little bit more security when probate court is in session.
Yeah.
And so we've been able to offer that consistently now. And so part of that temporary line in probate is used to pay some of our court security if they're here just for probate. Many days, like today, they're here because there's a jury upstairs, but they'll stay here to help check people in for probate when probate court's in session later. So I think that's working well, and so we're utilizing our staff well. So if you look at page 18, you can kind of blow through that. That's an old line item for county building security. Patrick said he can probably shrink that, and so it doesn't have to be in the packet, because there's nothing added there. And so really, the sheriff's budget in earnest starts on the bottom of page 19, which is the administration. So, do you want to come up front, Sheriff, or you go there? I'd like to get you moving now. I don't want to get stiffened up there. We've got the name. So
nice of you to think about.
So I'll just add in let the sheriff take it from there. Then under the revenues, again, just so you know, this is another category where we've exhausted the ARPA funds. So you'll see in this budget, $331,165. That's the last of our ARPA funds, and so that's, this department is absorbing it. So with that, Sheriff, let's talk about administration.
Questions about that?
Is this where the quartermaster is? Okay. Yeah. So under regular wages, you'll see an increase of 15%, $58,000. So that is to create a new position that the sheriff is calling a quartermaster. And I'll let the sheriff explain. We have an existing setup in the jail, and it might bring some efficiencies to the sheriff's office.
No, absolutely. So right in the jail right now, we have an individual that oversees, when you're talking the 14 million, there's a lot of equipment that's associated with this stuff. I believe that the county, and I'll back up, in the jail, we do have a quartermaster who oversees all purchasing, if you need a uniform, you've got to bring in a uniform, takes care of all that equipment. I think in the big picture, that's a cost savings. What I've realized because of our growth in the sheriff's office, the county's losing money because I think we need to do a better job at keeping track of our equipment. When we change cars out, we try to save money from moving some equipment from one car to another when we build it. And it's gone past the point where it is a secretarial position that can do that. So I've asked for this quartermaster what we're going to start doing is that we're going to have, at any given time, when you all ask, well, how many cars do you have? How many guns do we have? Anything that you might ask that has to do with supply, we will have an answer for you. That will be their job.
I will presume Commissioner Stetkus' question. By creating this additional position, we are hoping to create some efficiencies that will impact our supply banks.
Like you, I don't believe we should be creating positions just to create positions. And the efficiency is that we will not be buying equipment that has been misplaced, lost, unaccounted for. We'll have a solidified process on all the equipment that we have, from cars to guns to tasers, to uniforms, to laptops, to radars. We have a lot of assets, and I think we need to protect our assets.
So what's the difference between the current position as it is and the new position?
Well, I have no position right now, so there isn't a path.
But the position you were referring to as far as the, what had been, that's just...
So what had happened before is kind of, someone would get done, I would say, Lieutenant, we make everybody fill out an inventory sheet, but it's not watched closely. And so they come to me and they go, hey, we need another radar. Well, what happened to the radars there? And you get the fifth grader, I don't know. And so as I looked at that, I'm thinking, we have to do a better job at keeping track of county equipment.
So where did so currently and in the past, who handled that communication? When that deputy came to somebody...
Well, they would usually get done on a Friday afternoon. People have gone, but equipment is sometimes, if you need a shirt, you go to a secretary and she orders it for it. we don't know who, now, I have standing orders that you don't buy something without authorization from, you know, the division commander, but that doesn't always happen. This way, you will, this position, you will have, he or she will have a list of exactly what you issued and what kind of condition that it's in. It's been kind of scattered. And when you had one patrol officer or two patrol officers, you could manage that. We're now, what, 18, 20, just without the detectives. And there's other equipment that we need to really start. We have accident reconstruction equipment. We have drone equipment. That stuff all needs to be tracked. We need to be good stewards of the material, the assets that you all give us.
Would that be a sergeant or lieutenant?
No, it's gonna be a civilian, it's not gonna be a...
No. Currently, without the position. If a person leaves, would it be the sergeant that would make sure the gun came back?
Sounds like it's just a matter of convenience more than anything. Huh?
Yeah.
Who happens to be in the office?
Exactly, and that's really not the way to do business, especially when you've been entrusted to take care of equipment. We really need, we've got to the point where we really need a dedicated individual that they protect county assets. I feel.
You said there's already an individual doing that for the jail.
Yeah,
Right.
the jail, guy by the name of, we call him.
In terms of hours, I mean, how much time does this person spend doing?
All day long.
Oh, yeah, it's at least 40 hours a week, because he also does commissary, cleaning supplies, issues things throughout the facility, yeah.
And so, the big picture plan is, right now, we have I want to get my hands around our equipment, its lifespans, and get that all memorialized. But as we move forward, I think that once that has happened, we can start taking tasks away from detectives and secretaries to free up their time to, so evidence takes a huge amount of time. In these yellow flag laws, I mean, we've sometimes received, 50 guns. We have to, it's, not only do we have to store those guns, we have to inventory those guns, so we have to protect those guns. We spray them down, we put them in plastic so that the air doesn't, cause them to rust, so we don't have to buy someone a gun. And then that stuff all has to be returned once the courts has done what they do. So that all takes time. The big picture plan is, I'm hoping to expand that job once I get my arms around being good stewards of our assets.
So right now, do you feel like that needs to be a full-time position?
The quartermaster, it is going to be a full-time. Right.
So,
And they're going to have plenty of work to do.
So how it impacts the budget, and I'm on page 20 now, is it's about a $60,000 salary and about a $40,000 bump to the benefits line to add that person, which has become typical once you figure in insurance, pensions, FICA, that sort of thing. So if you were to, and we can come back to the quartermaster position if you want, but I want to get a scope of the whole thing. If you look at the rest of that page, the other categories include some reductions until you get down to the bottom of the page where services includes a $100,000 increase. That's the payment to Axon. So those are the two big drivers in the sheriff's admin budget, is that we didn't put the Axon in capital because it was a lease and basically software type payments. So that, if you recall, was a $700,000 purchase. We put $300,000 in this current budget, and then we financed $100,000 a year budgeted over the next 4 years. So if you turn to page 21 and you see line 4420, equipment agreement.
4,000% increase.
The 4,000% increase, yes, that should jump off the page to you.
A little bit, yeah.
So that's Axon. And those two things combined are the drivers to the increase to the admin budget. And I'll just also add, as we did our initial big picture budget, and Kristen has had an opportunity to look at some of the smaller line items, there probably will be a few dollars moved around within this admin budget, but it won't be very significant by the time it gets back. So any other questions on the admin budget? If not, the bottom of page 21 is the detective portion, which is all wages and benefits. And so bottom line is about a 5% increase, which would include contracted wages and any changes to benefits and pensions.
When you go back to the quartermaster,
Yeah.
Again, what's the proposed for the amount for that?
The amount that's proposed?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's $58,000 salary and $44,000 in benefits. That's the change to the budget line. So it's about $100,000 in
I
benefits.
guess I didn't catch that in here. What?
So if you go back to the wage line, which would be on page 19. So that very first wage line, line 1,000, if you follow all the way across, it's a $58,000 increase.
I see, okay.
So that includes some wage increases to the current staff, but also adding in that quartermaster position. And
But
then-
you just said the quartermaster position is 58,000, and you have an increase of over 58,000, only 644, so isn't it more than 58,000 that you're proposing?
I'm sorry, you're seeing an increase of what now?
You said that it's a new position of 58,000, but here, regular wages is, a change of 58,000, okay.
Correct.
So that's bringing it up. In a 16% increase, basically.
Correct.
Any questions or concerns? Good, thank you.
So,
You want to mention about the jail commission?
not yet. Excellent. So if you had no questions about the detectives, and again, that's just wages and benefits, so there's a 5.5% increase there overall. On page 22 is the patrol. That's pretty much all on page 22. It's a net increase of 3.7% for our patrol, and so but I think between Patrick and the sheriff and I, we can answer questions about the number of patrol deputies that are in this budget. Because I believe in this category, when you see wages and benefits, that reflects, I'm going to get technical here, 17.25 deputies. Because you also are utilizing your COPS fast this year. And so that COPS fast is a different budget category, but there's a deputy assigned to that COPS fast now. So that would give you 18.25. And the 2.5 is the school resource officer that's assigned to Madison right now, because you have a separate budget for school resource officers now. So it's confusing, but I think it's more accurate to know where your budget for these officers comes from. So 75% of that school resource officer's pay and benefits is in that school resource officer budget, which you'll see a little bit later. So I believe that this number here for section 1457 and wages reflects 17 and a quarter. Does that sound right, Patrick? Yeah. Okay.
But you just said that the school resource officer was somewhere else in the budget.
It is, right, it's not in this number. It's only 25% of it's in this number.
So under 1560 on overtime wages, increase of about 70,000. Give us an idea of why you think that line is gonna pan out at 70,000, that much of an increase?
So,
I'll give you the short answer. It's about a $100,000 decrease from where it was originally budgeted. And so the sheriff and Patrick and I had this conversation because logically you would think if you're staffing more fully, you would have less overtime. But even though we are budgeting for these 18 positions, they're not all full yet. And you have some deputies that are in the academy. So when the deputies in the academy are in that process, then you're backfilling. And you have some of our deputies that are not afraid to take as many open shifts as they possibly can. So Patrick has been tracking this, and Patrick's been asking the same question that pops up. If we have more deputies, why is our overtime line growing? Because this year we are set to exceed budget for overtime. I would hope that would be a trend that comes down. But
it is, but to your point, we do have deputies that will take every bit of overtime they can get. We have one deputy who potentially might leave us because he feels that the state police are getting more overtime. But we have plans for 3 people to go through the academy this budget cycle. So those will be open shifts that are going to be required, and they're at time and a half. So
it's more about that than the workload, or combo?
I would say the workload's still there.
The workload's there, and the cases are becoming more complicated. I hate to go back to the days, but you could arrest an OUI and get it done in 45 minutes. An OUI now is going to take a deputy 4 or 5 hours. You've lost them for half the night if they arrest a drunk driver. For what the courts require us to do now. These yellow flag laws, we're losing the overtime that's occurred from them. They take 12 to 16 hours to do it. By the time you go to the case, you wait for a doctor, you wait for a judge. District court judges will, if it's on a docket day, they won't take you right in. They'll go through their whole docket before they see you, so you've lost the deputy. So there are a lot of drivers for the overtime. You would think the more you get filled, the less you would have, but that doesn't seem to be the case.
So another way of looking at it is if you look immediately above that at temporary, so you have 1480 and 1560. Temporary is basically your reserve deputies. And if you look at the trends over the years, we've been spending $60,000 to $70,000 on reserve deputies. That's gone down, and currently, year to date, we've only spent $9,000 on reserve deputies. Part of it is we don't have any reserve deputies. And since we don't have any or many reserve deputies, that means those shifts are not being covered by reserves. Those shifts are being covered by full-time deputies that are taking the overtime. So there's a shift going on there. So you see in the budget, we had last year $80,000 for reserves. The sheriff's only budgeting $32,000 for reserves, so that we're saving that. But if you look at our trend year to date for overtime, we budgeted $254 through the end of January. We've spent $200,000. So we're trending to spend 3+ in overtime right now.
In February, we're at $222,000.
All right, so we're trucking with overtime.
What we used to be able to do with reserve deputies, I mean, we have one or two left, 2 or 3 left, I guess. It takes so much. They have to go, they also have to go through, phase 1, phase 2. We do a polygraph for them. It's almost as much, it's not work for someone to do it part-time anymore. Well, from what is required, the academy is moving towards, they don't like reserve officers. Most, in the southern part of the state, I don't believe they even have reserve deputies. I mean, reserve officers. And so getting that individual that wants to do this type of work, and what is required. I think you see it in the fire service too. I mean, because
You spend more time in training than you are actually on the road.
Exactly, and that's what's happening in the law enforcement field, so that's why we reduced our reserve deputy line, just because we don't.
The other number that jumps out is the, was it almost 23% increase in workers' comp? Is that due to what's gone on in the last year, or is it just workers' comp insurance in general?
It's a combination. It is an increase in that mod rate.
I mean, just their rates are going up, period, but.
A mod rate's going up, but also the wages are going up, so you gotta cover both.
Right.
Right. So impacted both.
So another big increase that we don't really have much control.
Right.
Okay.
So pretty much that entire section of control is right there on page 22. Again, wages and benefits. Any other further questions on control? And as I alluded to, when you get to sections 1465 and 1466, later on, so there's several pages away, so I don't want to jump around. But when we get there, you'll see that's other budgeted patrol deputies, the SRO, and using the cop spots. So eventually, correct me if I'm wrong, when that cop fast is played out, then that portion of the budget goes away and it's incorporated into this patrol line.
Correct.
But that's a year or two away.
Yes.
Okay. So on page 23 is your fleet and your equipment. We are projecting a decrease in the amount of money we want to set aside for capital, mainly for your vehicle purchases. And that is the driver and the savings. This account number 1458 is down 23%. It's down about $200,000. A couple things are happening with our fleet. We are getting some new vehicles in, and so we're able to get some of our older, well over 130,000 mile vehicles out. Those are the vehicles that were really driving our maintenance costs. However, we still have a fleet of 30-some vehicles to maintain. So if you go through the entire section here, we made some adjustments in the amount of money we're spending on gas, budgeting. We've made some adjustments on what we want to budget for maintenance. As you can see, this year we budgeted, again, this is line 5120. We budgeted $26,000 for maintenance. We've already spent $36,000 this year. Again, those 100,000 mile plus vehicles. So we thought we'd put a cushion in there and bump that to $40,000 for the coming year, knowing it's going to take a while to get some of the older vehicles out. But we have $500,000 set aside to purchase and equip out and letter new vehicles, and these would be 2026 vehicles. So just to, and again, I'll correct me if I'm wrong, all of the Tahoes that we budgeted for 2 years ago are here. So we're caught up with those 20.
Would you say all, how many is that?
Those 6. So there were 6 Tahoes. They were able to deliver some 2024 models, and then they ran into trouble with their 2024s, so they just replaced them by bumping up 2025 models. We paid the same price for them, and so those are physically here, and the chief has taken delivery, and we've been able to trade some of our older vehicles for those. So in the budget year that we're in right now, we budgeted another 6 Tahoes. And those have been RFP'd and ordered, and Hype let us know that they will probably be here by this summer. So that's August. So what you're looking at here by raising this $500,000 would be your next round of vehicles. And again, I believe we're looking at 5 replacements and 1 new or something to that effect. Because again, we're going to order 1 new vehicle because we've added 1 deputy to the patrol count. So that's kind of where we are with vehicles. I'd like to think that we're in a better place now, and we can anticipate from order to delivery 4 or 5 months as opposed to 18 months, is what we've been dealing with now. The other side of that is I'm looking into it right now. I haven't gone too far. Once I get some concrete numbers, I'd like to have the sheriff and the chief and Patrick look at this. Aroostook County and Waldo County both went with Enterprise to manage their fleets. Buy them, trade them, finance them if you're interested in that sort of thing. Waldo and Aroostook seem to be really happy with this arrangement. So I thought at least we'll do some due diligence and gets me a chance to talk cars with somebody for a while. And
right now, tentatively, I support it because, as you well know, I want to do business locally. What I'm being told is that Enterprise buys from your local dealer, so the local dealer still is still in the mix, and so that's important for me. And so if we can, this is very.
Yeah, I only got two calls. So.
Oh yeah, there's but just to let you know that if in fact we can save the county money buying our cars this way, and we can still use our local vendors, it might be a win-win.
The money we would save comes on the back end with the trade, because Enterprise will own these vehicles. So when they finish their cycle, when they get to 80,000, 90,000 miles, Enterprise will cycle them out. Enterprise, if you've ever been to a car auction, Enterprise auctions all their cars. So you're taking out the middleman of the dealer offering you $10,000 for the trade, when Enterprise knows exactly what they're going to get for that trade. They're going to get $16,000. So they give us that credit of $16,000 right up front. So there are some benefits to it. Again, I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but it's piqued my interest so far. So.
What I like is that we potentially have first response vehicles under 100,000 miles. And that's a huge safety thing for our deputies.
Right. Yeah, that's good. So any specific questions about the fleet purchases or fleet maintenance?
When you investigate that further, would you call Malcolm or the risk pool and see how that would work? If there's any insurance savings there, because if Enterprise is owning them, then I would suspect there might be some insurance liabilities that we may not be aware of, that we want to ensure ourselves that we're protected.
Right.
Well, you know, as you all know, that our deductibles went from $1,000 to $2,500.
I didn't vote for that.
And thank you for not voting for that. It's foolishness, but that's 13 to 1.
Yeah, that's it. But thank you, Sheriff. Again, that's reflected in that repair and maintenance line. Because if we have a damaged vehicle that we're just going to eat the body shop cost of $2,500 rather than reporting it to the risk pool, that's going to come out of that $40,000 line.
The county administrator and I have had a talk, and because it's moved up to $2,500, we're thinking to save maybe in the big picture, I know that we're one of 16 counties, but if we have to pay $3,000 on a claim, it might be cheaper in the long run just to pay it out of pocket. So we've been having those conversations internally about how, when and what cost break are we gonna not, we'll just have to eat it, so we don't raise our rates down the road.
How many vehicles do we have?
So you have 32 within the sheriff's department, and you have 8 within the jail. Yeah, when I'm talking with enterprise, we're talking about 40 vehicles plus Dave's vehicle. And you heard Mike Smith mention that the vehicle that he has, he's turning back in. We may be able to roll that into enterprise's fleet management as well. So you're probably talking about 42 vehicles overall. Next section on page 23 is the SO equipment. This is your supplies, firearms, and it's a pretty flat budget. I think we've shaved about 15% off that. We raised $50,000 last year. We're recommending $42,800 this year. I don't know if you have any questions on that. If not, on page 24 is your civil division. One of the things to keep track of on your civil is our revenues and our document services. Those are on the downward trend. This is not a pass-through. We take in about $164,000 in revenue. We spend about $226,000 for the civil division.
We do now have a new civil coordinator. She came to us from Deeds, Nicole.
Oh, yeah.
Norton. She, so far I'm being told that she's really, there's a lot to civil division. She's doing a great job getting up to speed.
Good.
No questions on civil. The next page, 25, is mostly your Madison division, and that's a pass-through. Madison's had some discussions about whether or not they want to continue with the sheriff's services. It appears all indications are they're going to continue with the sheriff's services. And so we're presenting the budget of $565,000 this year for them to consider. So. And that's providing 3 deputy shifts, an admin person on site.
For 32 hours.
Pardon me if I'm rushing anyone, but there's no questions on the Madison pass-through. The next section is the UT. It starts at the bottom of page 26. And again, that is another pass-through. Patrick and Dave have made all the necessary adjustments, so it's, it flows from the UT budget and has a cost to the UT of about $329,000. Both of those deputies are in place and they have vehicles.
Yeah, both are academy trained and are up in, we just got the last one back from the academy this last generation. So they're both fully academy trained. So right now, we're staffed fully in the UT.
About halfway through page 28 is MDEA, drug enforcement. This has always been one of those tough things for me as a taxpayer that I know we have intentions, but we're just not quite getting there. So we're still proposing to raise some money from taxation for this, but we don't necessarily have a,
No, it's passed through.
is it a complete
It is a
pass-through?
pass-through.
Oh, sweet.
It's
Okay.
cost passed.
Don't forget.
And just so you know that once I'm able to stabilize the patrol force, we have 2 people in FTO training right now. We have 2 openings. We have 3 or 4 applicants for those positions. But once we stabilize the patrol force, which I think is the most important thing, I am going to re-engage with the MDEA to enhance our drug enforcement in the county. I'm hoping by year's end that we will have someone from the sheriff's office in MDA to assist MDA with their, and us with drug enforcement in the county.
It's good, there's some new remodeling going on in Canaan. You might be interested.
It's a constant battle. I'm hoping to be painfully candid that with the border closing, it's going to slow some of this fentanyl down. We've lost way too many people. It's so sad.
I think we all know people personally.
No, it's just a tragedy.
So that's the DEA budget. On page 29 is the COPS Fast grant. We do have a hire. Part of the grant requirements is that you use these funds to offset the cost of a new hire. So that is being attributed right now. And we do plan to expend some of these funds in this budget and some of these funds in the upcoming budget. So with this COP Fast, it's not a pass-through. We take about $100,000 in, we pay about $180,000 out, and so that's a net to the county of about $80,000 for that. But that is a patrol deputy.
Right. To that point, part of the grant that was written was that this COPS Fast grant will work with schools to review and their school safety plans. And that's going on. I'm hoping this summer that we will, right now that SRO's in Madison going over their plans, but he's also been tasked with looking at other school districts within Somerset County to make sure that their school safety plans are up to speed. We've all that SRO deputies also performing ALICE training to the staff and students of these schools in Somerset County to enhance their safety. So I think it's a pretty good program.
So as I mentioned earlier, as this COPS Fast grant funds are exhausted, eventually this section of the budget will go away and that individual will go back into the patrol budget.
Right.
The next section, at the bottom of page 30, I want you to stay at the bottom of page 30 for a second. That's the school resource officers. As you recall, last year the sheriff entered into an agreement with Skowhegan Public Schools to place a SRO in Canaan and Norwood?
Yes.
Is that correct? Yeah, so the schools in Canaan and Norwood. So that is Deputy Quigley, who is reserve?
He is reserve. He's been nationally certified as a school resource officer, and the school's getting a pretty good deal with him because we pay him just the hours that he works.
Yeah.
So it gives a savings to SAD 54.
So add to that, this year, the schools in Madison have reached out for an SRO. And so this budget now reflects Deputy Quigley and Deputy Pike's assignments, Quigley to Skowhegan, Pike to Madison, as school resource officers. As I mentioned earlier, 75% of Deputy Pike's pay is in this account, 1466, and 25% is back in patrol, because he's not an SRO all year long. However, the sheriff does have some specific assignments for him. So I just want to touch on the revenues. So bottom of the page where it says local government revenue, 165,000. That is a cumulative amount of what Madison is paying and Skowhegan is paying. So they're not fully funding these positions. They're making contributions to these positions. We have a contract with Madison for the SRO separate to the Madison deputies contract. So there's not, they're two totally separate contracts. There's not a overflow. So Deputy Pike does not serve as one of the deputies that we provide to Madison for patrol. It's totally separated out. So those include the contributions from the towns of Skowhegan and Madison. And so the net costs to the taxpayer for that SRO position total out to be about $54,000. I see this, and I know the sheriff does as well, I see this as a great service to our communities. And I believe that Deputy Pike has been pretty well received in that,
absolutely.
in that position.
Absolutely. They're ecstatic. And he's a very proactive SRO. Deputy Quigley in Canaan, Norwood, I've received rave reviews with him being there. I think it helps the parents, and it's also a mentor for the children, for students. I guess that's the right way to say it. Everybody's a kid in the area.
So that is your sheriff's budget. Any questions or comments?
On the vehicles, when we get caught up, what do you figure the turnover is gonna be on a yearly basis when we actually get where we want to be?
So don't we want, in our conversations, I think it was a third.
It's gonna be 8 or 9
Yeah.
vehicles a year.
8 or 9 per year.
Yeah, because some of like the detective vehicles, they don't put as many miles on it, so they can be 4 or 5 years, while the patrols can be 3, and the same with Dave and EMA, they'll keep theirs longer than the 3, but it's gonna be 8 or 9 roughly.
And like an SRO, they will never be assigned a new car.
Right.
Yeah, with the amount of cars, patrol usually easy puts 100,000 miles on those vehicles in 3 years. Mm-hmm. 4,000 square miles, set up quickly.
There's not a lot of miles being put on down to the state garage in Canaan down by Sibley Pond, so, which I like to see, not running up those miles.
But there is a car there once in a while, yes.
2 months ago. It's very good.
One of your favorite people, Commissioner Liberty, testified on Monday that he's been down to look at a setup in Rhode Island where they have the county jails and the state prisons on the same compound.
Yeah.
So I quickly Googled the square miles of Rhode Island.
Yeah, we're bigger.
We're 4 times bigger than Rhode Island.
Wow.
Speaking of that, corrections, what's the pleasure of the group? Do you need a break, or are you ready to move on through the corrections budget?
All right, let's have a little break.
2 minutes for Sarah.
You need a nap or what?
More than that. We'll start with a cup of coffee.
There you go.
I didn't know you heard.
I guess. Get up, move around. I don't know what the DA said to trigger my phone. Because it's supposed to.
Yeah.
have a discussion of where that sweet spot is.
Yeah.
Because, you know, Patrick just takes that number, he shows it to the
How you doing?
You know.
Just figured you'd come with the big information.
Yeah, sure.
So,
Yeah.
Just stay at it, that's all. It'll be great. You'll be doing, you'll be able to keep up with me running it.
I can only hope.
Right.
We just dated ourselves, you know.
I know.
So on page 32 is the beginning of the corrections budget. And as you're aware, this budget is, tries to create a significant amount of revenue to offset the costs. And that's where I believe we're making some progress. I want to draw your attention to two lines on page 32. The very first line is the interfund transfer in. And you can see we're budgeting to use $1.7 million in this current budget to basically fund the gap between what our jail costs to operate and what we can raise through taxation and other revenue. Our other revenues are increasing, which is good. Because if you follow that line across, what we're budgeting to bring forward out of fund balance this year is only $600,000. So instead of taking 1.7 million from fund balance, we're only taking 600,000 from fund balance. To me, that's a trend in the right direction because you're raising your revenues so you don't have to raise the property tax. The property tax number is way down in capital letters, number 515, it says tax cap. And you can see years ago it was 4.8, moved to 5.9, 6.4, and 6.9. That's the current amount that goes to the taxpayer. So when the taxpayer gets their tax bill from the town, of the county budget, 6.9 is just for the jail. On one hand, it simplifies it, but on the other hand, it's probably too simple because there's so many factors that go into the cost of operating a jail. The sheriff has negotiated new rates with the federal government to board federal inmates. Our numbers of federal inmates have stabilized again. There was a time earlier in the fiscal year that they had gone down, now they're back up. The sheriff has also negotiated rates with other counties for boarding. And, Penobscot alone, Penobscot testified in the legislature on Monday that, and I don't know all these numbers, I think their capacity is like 180 and they've got 260 inmates. And so they're spending $2 million a year, $2.5 million a year just to farm people out. We happen to be one of the recipients of that, but we also built a new jail. And so some of that money is helping offset some of our jail costs. So what I'm proposing, the sheriff and Patrick and I, after some conversations, is to not raise the jail cap this year and save the taxpayers that money because we've raised other revenues. We've looked at some of the numbers and forecasted out, how long would we be able to hold and not raise that jail cap? Not very likely that we can't. We can always keep it at 6.9. But I thought for this year, at the very least, that would be one way that we could benefit the taxpayers is by not raising that tax cap. That being said, the sheriff and I have spent quite a bit of time and energy trying to get more jail funding from the state. And jail funding from the state has basically been stagnant during the Mills administration. And it's an ideology thing that she doesn't believe the state should contribute more than what they're contributing now. And that, with the rising costs, that's really 17% of all county jail budgets. When you add them all together, the state contributes $20 million. So that's less than 17% of the whole $129 million. So that number is reflected here in two places. Help me, Patrick, where's the state broken up?
It is the 516
Yep.
and 525.
Okay, so it's on top of the next page.
No.
525.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm looking at the screen, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So when you combine those two numbers, we're forecasting about 1.2 million from the state this year for our budget. So really, if you break that down, our jail budget's $11, $12 million, and the state's contributing 1.2, so the state contributes 10%
10%,
to our jail budget, where our taxpayers paid $6.9 million of that, so pretty significant.
That being said, how did the hearings go on Monday?
So, I was down there with Commissioner Gordon from Cumberland and Jim Cohen and Sheriff Moore from Penobscot. And I think our team did very well. So we were before criminal justice, and they were listening to our bill, and that kind of got pushed into the weeds because they also had to make a recommendation to the appropriations. So appropriations, there's a initiative from the governor to put in $4 million more for jail funding to help pay for medical assisted treatment. So the committee was very interested in MAT and Sublocade and so forth. At the end of the day, literally, I got there at 9:30 and by 5:30 they were voting on what to recommend. We had asked for $13 million instead of the 4. And there were 4 Republicans and 5 Democrats left in the room. And they both caucused and came back, and the Republicans said, give them the 13 million, knowing that it's going to get cut to shreds in appropriations. But at least let's give it a shot. So that vote failed 4-5. And then the Democrats said, give them 7 million. And so, but for just one term of the biennium. So at the end of the day, we ended up with $3 million more recommended for jail funding than we did when we started. So I'll take that as a win. I think that...
With a potential veto.
With a potential veto. Correct, you're with a potential veto.
She doesn't want to give us any more.
She's not going to give us.
She has flat funded us for, other than this $4 million, and that $4 million came out of the last legislative session when it was brought to her attention that medical assisted treatment was a mandate from the state. And constitutionally, if the state mandates a county to do something, they have to pay 90% of it. So reluctantly, she gave us it actually came out to 3.9 because four county jails did not participate. There has been a paradigm shift since I've been sheriff of how we look at this. The MCCA has really stepped up to the plate. Kudos to our county administrator and the county administrator from Kennebec, Scott Ferguson. We were able to show the need for an additional to the 20.2 million that the state gave us, that we needed that 13.2 million in the first year and 14 in the second year. Because our drivers are the same as the state, the big 4, food, medical, utilities, and payroll. And so, and she actually gave the state, the MDOC, a 10.6% increase. It did come out as the county, our county administrator was there all day. I listened to the afternoon session, and it did come out party lines about how they were going to take care of their responsibility. Commissioner Liberty got up and spoke and talked about efficiencies, and that kind of clouded the waters a little bit, when in fact what he's talking about, these efficiencies, is really less than 10% of our overall budget. They completely ignored those drivers that are driving everyone's costs. It did come out, and they're going to give us supposedly 7 million this part of the biennium. The second part of the biennium is still open because they're going to form a study group to talk about what our drivers are. When we've already told
And that always works out.
Yeah, that never works out. And then And again, I'm invested in it now, so.
Blue Ribbon Commission.
Yeah, another one, another one.
Some of the testimony refers to the 1985 Blue Ribbon Commission, which the numbers were lower, but the policy was the same.
Which will have like one token law enforcement member on it, and then the rest will be politicians.
Yeah,
Janet Mills was on that commission.
yeah, that's right. She was fine.
Yeah, that's gonna go.
So we'll see where that goes, but,
So, how was Solomon Miller's testimony?
oh, his was fantastic.
He hit a home run.
Solomon Miller was fantastic.
Nothing out of the ordinary there.
Right.
He did a home run. He articulated it outside of our own county administrator, that I can't sing the praise enough about, but he made it very simple.
Yeah.
He's now an Oxford County Commissioner.
Right.
But it was very to the point and very easy to understand. He did an outstanding job.
So as they discussed in the committee about creating another subcommittee, they asked Solomon Miller if he would be part of it. And I think part of that was out of respect for him, but also the fact that even at 80-something years old, he just articulated it. So it was funny because once he got going, he shifted gears and just became a politician. And it's just told stories about this and stories about that. And I remember the 116th, the 124th, the 132nd. How do you keep track of all those numbers?
Unbelievable.
So.
I think moving forward, I think our county administrator, Kennebec County Administrator, and Millet are going to be part of this group that's going to look at jail funding, which I think, in the bigger picture, it's going to be good for if they accept the recommendation.
So
County government.
the way I look at these testimonies now is we don't expect to get anything real as far as that we could really put in the bank now, but there are conversations that need to be had for this, for the next year's supplemental, and then for the next governor's budget. Because if you get some traction by the time there's a new governor and they create a budget, hopefully this will be kind of like the same, because a lot of the legislatures make it simplify and say, well, this is just like school funding. The only difference is the state doesn't tell the schools what to do. The state tells the jails everything they have to do, and they don't fund them. And
And the commissioner's trying to bypass the legislature now, giving us standards, which any time that the MDOC has a new standard that has a fiscal note, legally he has to get approval from the legislature. He's trying to bypass that right now.
Right.
And go directly, just make the standard, which will have a financial impact on counties. So there's a lot going on.
Now, the Commissioner of the Department of Corrections came out against.
Oh yeah, they testified against. They told us in the hallway, and this wasn't Randy, this was another one of his communication directors. They said that initially they were going to come out neither for nor against MCCA's funding bill.
Right.
But they were instructed to oppose it. And your friend from the governor's office, the lady that stands about this tall,
Yeah, she doesn't like me.
she came out into the hallway, and this is about 11 o'clock, and I'm standing there with the sheriff from Penobscot. And she looks at me, and she sticks out her hand. I said, I'm Tim Curtis. She goes, I know who you are. She goes, I heard your testimony this morning. Your numbers are all wrong. So she was set down to intimidate and dismiss us.
Yeah. She's the one that threatened me when we got the 20.2 million.
Right.
She said, you'll take that, because I'd gotten all the sheriffs
Or
to
nothing.
agree not to accept it because it was well underfunded, and she actually said, you'll take that or you'll get nothing. And, yeah, the sheriff, and we needed the money, so.
I'm gonna mail her a copy of Dale Carnegie.
Yeah.
So,
Good luck with that.
What's her name, do you know? Do you
Oh,
remember?
I know her name.
what's the last, it's a funny last
It's
name.
Mary Turowski or something.
A funny,
Very Shrubowski.
a funny last name.
Right, let's take this.
Yeah.
Good Scottish name.
Keep it up.
Curtis. All right, so.
She does carry the governor's order.
That's true. Page 32 is primarily the revenues. Page 33 begins your expenses. So there's a couple of factors here. The overall budget for wages and benefits has been adjusted down, even though everybody's getting their contracted pay increases. The reason it's going down is we're fully staffed for the first time. So we don't have to project what people might take for insurance or might get paid. We know what they're going to get paid. And so that allows us to tighten up this portion a little bit. So this is still the same number of corrections officers that we have budgeted for several years. It's just that we have them now. Also in this budget is one position that has been, I'll say temporarily removed or reduced. Unfunded, right. So there's one position that's at the jail that's being removed from this budget because that's the individual that is interested in taking the quartermaster job in the sheriff's office. So the two separate budgets, but we're intending to move one person to the other, assuming the quartermaster is funded by the budget committee and so forth. So that helps kind of offset things in the jail budget.
Is that on 1320, on that line? Is that the one that? Program staff?
Yes, he come out of that.
He'd come out of that. yeah.
Is that the line, is that line? Okay.
And before we go, I just want to, we are fully staffed, and the accolades for that goes to our new jail administrator, Major Welch. He's done an outstanding job. We spoke when he first came on that this was a priority of mine, and he has done very well with it. At where we are for applicants. So any applause for where we are staffing wise should be attributed to the major.
And I will echo that, and also the staff that you have put in place to do the hiring, do the vetting of people.
Absolutely.
The way they work with HR is fantastic.
We have a very good core staff now, of leadership that's trying to make changes, so.
Good.
So page 33 is essentially wages and benefits. Page 34. The first line there is employee costs, which again is travel and meals and training. We have a lot of new people, and so the sheriff has, and Mike have put a pretty aggressive training budget together, and I'll let the major speak to that project.
Right, what's happened is, I've only been, this is my 9th year now, and when I first came, our tenure for staff was about 15 years experience. We're lucky if we have 1.2, 1.5 years experience now. Very, very young staff and young supervisors. So we really, and then as far as with COVID, most of the training was all online. A lot of computer training, no in-person training. We're working a lot of, same with the budget issues, we're working a lot collaboratively with other jails. They need the same training, so some of our funding will be going together to get better training in person and working with the counties to split the cost. But also, of course, lack of training leads to liability. And that's a huge issue of where we've been at, is not being able to get the training or conduct the training that we really need, and a lot was because of limited staff as well. Now with what we have in place, we're able to do that, so we really need to get the training that they need.
We're actually, Major and I are actually talking about, so especially our supervisor corps, that they receive recognizable certified training to be a supervisor. It not only helps for morale that they're getting training, but it's also going to help us big picture as far as our litigation against us, that our supervisors were properly trained.
And so I think this training program not only affects the training budget line, but also food and lodging as well, because there's some scheduled events in that regard. So, any questions about training or anything like that? Under supplies, you'll see some large percentage increases, and there's some good explanations here for clothing for the inmates in particular, and I'll let the major and the sheriff explain why we're spending so much money on inmate clothing.
Right, and the sheriff is way ahead of the curve, we're the only facility in Maine doing this. Of course, we had some suicides as far as, it was in our APOD, which is typically is when somebody's coming into the jail, everybody gets housed in APOD before they're classified and go into general population. Well, a change that he pushed for and we've done is gone to paper clothing, so they don't have any material hard enough to be able to harm themselves. So that's where the cost comes from. They have that initially when they come in, and they keep that till they get transferred out of that unit. So it's been tremendously successful and really not a lot of, fight back from the inmates as far as in the situation. They all realize that when they're in that area, that's what they wear, and there hasn't been. They do, their shower change out 3 times a week, so I just want you to realize it's not like they wear the same one for a long period of time. So 3 times a week as they shower, they change out. If it happens to get ripped, then it's replaced as well. So initially that wasn't budgeted for last year. That's something we went to for safety reasons and budgeted for it this year.
So as I looked at, so after every suicide, we do internal. And what we were seeing is that we've made quite a few changes in our special management unit and our 72-hour hold, that they were finding we've taken out some bunks because they were hanging from the top bunk. But what I saw was a common denominator was the clothing that we issue them. So we did some research, and though there was an expense to it, they cannot use their clothing to hang up. Again, as the major's already articulated, the paper uniform won't allow that weight. So we've taken that away. And where these lawsuits start, usually at around $1 million, not only could we possibly save lives, but be cost effective.
Are these uniforms, since they're made of paper, are they recyclable or compostable?
No, paper,
Right.
Well, I know that they're paper, but that doesn't mean that they can't be further used in another method. I'm just wondering.
I can look into it now that I know of it. I can look into that.
It's almost, I think it's a one and done, because the body fluids and.
It sounds like it is, and the other thing about that is if it can be burned as well for disposal.
We sure have plenty of land to burn it, if that's what you really want to do.
Yeah.
Just get a
We're
permit.
looking for some,
If we can burn it, we'll burn it. I just don't want Chief French from Madison coming down and putting the.
Be your neighbor.
Patrick, keep an eye out.
Yeah, smokes it.
Yeah, well, maybe you can work it when it's done.
So the other major increase there at the bottom of that section, 3685, is medical supplies. Commissioner Steckes always looks for those triple-digit percentage increases. But what's going into that line?
Sublocade.
Yes, it is.
We have been very fortunate, very aggressive grant writing. I know the county does 250 out of their opiate supplement money, but the rest, it's about $1 million a year project. Right now, we've got grants to cover that. Hopefully, the 1115 waiver is still working its way through the process, the federal process. If we're granted the 1115 waiver, those costs will be shifted to, we can charge Medicare for that.
We spoke to Pingree and Golden, Collins and King just about that
Yeah,
on Tuesday to help us with that.
yeah.
Were they receptive to that?
They were.
At the end of the day, if you look at it, if you're going to provide treatment, because it's a 28-day, and we've heard extremely positive results from that, because it not only saves us on our staff hours, but it gives us, the individual, a 28-day protection. So usually when they leave in the past, because Suboxone is a daily dose, so you get it Thursday in the jail, Friday you're out, you don't have it, you can't get to your PCP or whatever, your relapse is greater. When they leave now, they have protection for them to make all those appointments. So our chances of saving lives have enhanced.
The increased cost on that line is offset by an increased revenue. If you look back at your revenue, there's a medical recovery line that offsets that. So there's no cost associated because those Subricate costs are associated with billing other counties that have inmates here.
Yeah.
So it's just like a pass-through cost associated.
So under utilities at the bottom of the page, we tightened up a couple of things, and so there's a net decrease of 1.5%. Services, the biggest driver of that services budget is on page 35, line 4460. This is what the county taxpayer pays for medical coverage for inmates. Because inmates lose their Maine care, if they're on Maine care, they lose it when they're arrested, not when they're found guilty. When they're arrested, they lose it. And that's the waiver that you spoke to the congressional delegation about. Even if that waiver comes to fruition, the way it's structured, it won't have a huge impact on county jail budgets. It'll have some help, but it won't make it all go away. So we contract with an individual that provides alternative corrective health care. Our contract is up, and I believe we're meeting next week. Yeah. So the major and I and the sheriff are going to meet next week with the individual that we contract with, just to see if we can maybe restructure that contract a little bit, since we're doing so much sublicated work outside of this, if maybe they could reduce their contract with us, because their contract does provide for medically assisted treatment, but only Suboxone, only the once a day thing. We're doing it once a month, so, and hopefully maybe we can tighten that up a little bit, but again, that's $1.8 million that we pay for medical care for, and it's the norm. There's 7 other counties that are contracted with the same group, and we're all paying between $1 and $2.5 million. Right. Repairs and maintenance, about a 3% increase. Our liability insurance, down on line 5400, clearly that was an increase that we knew was coming. And the last line that impacts the jail significantly is, you'll see under miscellaneous items, transfer out. That's the capital. And I will say that the sheriff and the major and I went through the capital request pretty clearly, because here's my approach. We need, commissioners and administration need to make sure that everybody has what they need to accomplish their mission, as we have every department. However, if we have raised money from the taxpayers before and there's money left over, I want to spend that first. And so in capital purchases in the past, through the sheriff's office and the jail, the larger capital, IT, we'll talk about this too as well. If we raised $80,000 to buy a work truck and we were able to buy and equip that work truck for $65,000, there's $15,000 left in that account. So we don't need to raise another $80,000 for another work truck. we can utilize some of that money that's left over. So by doing that, we kind of absorbed and consolidated some of our funds. And some of the projects that they have at the jail are some pretty significant projects. The courtyard outside, those things are probably going to come down the pike over the next couple of years. But we raised $632 last year. We're recommending $557 this year, so about $100,000 savings. And I think that $100,000 was saved primarily from utilizing stuff that we already had. Bill Albertson was in our meeting as well, and he's the head of maintenance at the jail. That was a big light bulb on for me, because he was able to walk me through every one of these projects, and he knew what vehicle needed to be traded or what vehicle needed to be upgraded in this project and this project. They're going to have to move to some LEDs because fluorescent bulbs, as they use them at the jail right now, won't be available in 2026. So they're being phased out. So Bill's on that. He's working through some projects. Yeah.
No well.
So overall, the jail comes in at 11.7 million, and this current budget we're in is 11.7 million. So we tried to keep the jail budget flat. So, any questions?
Good job on keeping the budget that flat.
Like I said, it's more accurate now because we know who's working for us.
Yeah.
Where before we were just projecting and always turning over. So. Okay. Sweet. So now you think you've turned the last page of this booklet and you're done. Oh no, there's much more. There's more to come. How do you want to proceed? We have IT, Registry of Deeds, and Commissioners, Maintenance, Human Resources, and Finance. We're all here all day, so I put those at the end. But if you want to meet with Pavel now or with Tanya now, we can certainly make that arrangement.
Well, Pavel is here, we can meet with him now, and then
There he is.
I think we will be ready for lunch.
Okay. Did you want to, is everybody doing their own thing for lunch, or something?
Like we said, normally we have lunch at this o'clock.
Lunch, thank you, don't, thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
You know, like coffee on from the morning.
I have a menu in here somewhere for Al's Pizza, but if you can't bring it. No?
You don't need a menu for it.
You know what you want?
Every time.
All right. So if you want to shift over to IT, that begins on page 10. So page 10 and on into page 11. This portion of the IT budget is primarily the staff. So most of this is increases in wages and benefits. So let's talk a little bit about staff. As you know from over the last couple of budgets, we do have an individual that has scheduled his retirement for December of this year. And so Eric plans to be done by the end of the year. In last year's budget, you recommended that we don't wait, but get on the process of hiring somebody to come in, and Pavel can kind of rearrange and restructure what he wants his team to do. So last week, we had a really good round of interviewing, and I was very, it's been much better. We interviewed 5 candidates last week. So I conducted the interviews, which means I asked the questions, and Pavel and Jonathan and Brett translated. Because once we got past question 5, I had no idea what these guys were talking about. But I think we had some people come in that had lots of experience, kind of, in a different part of their life as far as what they want to do. And they kind of answered the questions well, but there was a concern amongst the group of like, how much are these individuals going to come and bring their old habits with them? So 2 other people interviewed very well that have a lot of head and school knowledge about IT, but haven't had the opportunity to put in practice. And I think that appealed to Pavel and his team to say, okay, let's bring a person in here that knows how to answer these questions, but they can learn and we can train them the way that we want to do things. So we have offered and he accepted our first candidate. So we're hoping to bring him on board within the next couple of weeks.
Excellent.
So that's really good. So again, when you look at the budget here, we have a little bit of overlap because Eric's going to be here for 6 months and this person is going to start soon because we budgeted the person in this fiscal year. So we'll have a period of time where you have 5.5 people.
But we were prepared for that in our last budget.
Exactly.
And that was the focus, was to be able to.
So far, we're pleased to say that's going well. And
that was the whole idea, was to be able to bring somebody on board before we lost someone.
That's right. So it's almost as if you came up with a plan and we executed it. So,
right?
Fingers crossed, right? We've got the interview part. Now this poor boy's got to get past Patrick and Larry. So again, most of this section is pay and benefits. There's a few dollars in the supply line. Again, travel and training. And again, I'll let Pavel talk a little bit about training because we've upped that budget over the last couple of years. And we spent last fiscal year $15,000 on training. We've budgeted for the current year right now 14, and we're recommending 12. Those are significant dollars, but sometimes those classes come up later in the fiscal year, and so we spend it later. But maybe just give an update on what we're training on.
So Commissioner, so most of those IT trainings, those are usually $3,000 to $4,000 per class. So our focus for this year would be to retrain that new person, and so he can take over some of the backups and virtual server management. So we will focus on training him to put this, as well as others in the same group.
The generator keep going?
Something like
that's testing.
So you guys aren't doing your training in Bar Harbor?
You missed the. You missed that one.
Everybody else got it.
We're going to Austin.
No, they're talking about the DA's training.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
So
we do our training in Oakland.
Isn't there a motel in Canaan they could use? So.
No, you don't. Too many Chinese drunk people there.
So overall, the impact to the IT budget for personnel is about a 5% increase. So then, if you go to page 12, this is where we're trying to save some taxpayer dollars by using money that's already been raised. So in this section of the budget, the top half of page 12, these are some of the projects, and the biggest part is the money that we spend on license agreements. That's almost, there's more than half of the entire budget. And I have all 4 pages if you want to go through the license agreements that we have for all the various services. But what's driving the increase in cost of license agreements is going on to Microsoft 365 and Central Square. Now, you heard from Tammy this morning that Central Square's application has been delayed again. That may allow us to move some money down the road because the Central Square's first year of maintenance is on them. That's why we had budgeted for it this year, anticipating they were going to start in April, so we put some money in there. That's still up in the air. I don't really want to change what we've put in the budget because we don't know what that's going to impact, but we may have some, what I'm saying is we may have some small savings in this budget year, but once Central Square is up, we're going to have to pay for those applications. I did want to make sure that we understood that some of the savings that we are getting from switching to Axon, a little bit is in this budget here with IT because we're not using the budget to support WatchGuard anymore. And so if you add up all those little places that Patrick showed me, we're paying out $103,000 a year for the Axon, but we're saving $65,000 a year by other things that we're not supporting anymore. So it's about a net 40 on that. So I want to draw your attention to the top of page 12, where you see the interfund transfer tax relief. It's not in any of the budget lines, but it shows up in this proposed budget of $100,000. Pavel and Patrick and I talked about taking money from what was raised from taxation for the dark fiber project. We've talked about this over the years. And start to basically clean out that remaining fund. So $100,000 of that dark fiber is being put into this portion of the IT budget to offset some of these increased costs in license agreements. And again, that kind of helps you stair step into some of these license agreements, and you're utilizing some money that's already raised from taxation. That leaves about 300,000? 360. So that leaves about 360,000 in that dark fiber fund that, if you're in agreement to it, that 360 will just roll into the general fund, undesignated fund balance, and we'll use that to offset taxes in future years. Because the project is complete. The project that dark fiber money was raised for is complete. It's not complete the way it was intended to be. It was intended to be hardwired between all three buildings. Right. That just became totally unfundable. The cost of that just skyrocketed. So we have now used Starlink technology to be able to accomplish the same thing for a much lower cost. So,
Elon Musk?
Brilliant.
That is Elon Musk.
Yeah.
they are the ones that created the Terminator, if you call it that. So, nobody, you're the only one that gets that joke. But yeah, so we signed up for that program before the election, so we didn't do that after.
Well, I appreciate the fact of offsetting taxes because it's money that's already spent, but would it also be just as well to put it into a capital account to replace equipment as it comes up?
Well, it's really up to you.
We have to spend money that way or another way, so if we keep it within the house of IT as capital improvement for equipment, then it's still there, but it's focused.
Well, if you put it into the undesignated fund balance, then you can utilize it for IT equipment, you can utilize it for commission, you can utilize it for whatever, but if you just keep it in IT, it's just gonna be for IT stuff.
Exactly, I know.
Yeah.
And that's what it was for anyway, as dark fiber.
Right.
So it's just keeping it in that, that's what I said, by in that house.
I can, but by putting it to the undesignated fund balance, it gives you more flexibility.
Yeah, I didn't want the flexibility. I wanted to be able to keep IT more solvent and be able to get equipment if we need it, especially with servers. Right now, we've upgraded, it doesn't mean that they will need upgrading again soon.
It should be 5 years.
Should be.
5-6 years.
So, one of the things that we could do at the next commissioners meeting is have a discussion on how to dissolve that dark fiber.
Right, yeah,
account,
it's a good workshop.
Where to put it, because really it's up to you as to where to
Yeah.
put that money. So, one of the things I want to be cognizant of, and as Patrick and Pavel and I talked about this, is I don't want to pull too much money into this budget just to save money, because these costs are going to just continue to pop up.
Well, that's.
So by designating something specifically for IT capital costs, you kind of stretch that out. We were thinking of it as more broadly, budget-wide.
No, I know, but it's already in the IT house, and we know that licensing is gonna go up, equipment is gonna go up, and just because it's 5 years doesn't mean it fails, doesn't fail before.
Yeah, it's fine, but we have warranties on our equipment, so if they fail.
That's what we should.
Yeah, it's expensive.
So Tim, just to be accurate, Skynet.
That was the Terminator.
Not Skynet.
Glad you were there. Glad you were in the theaters. Or did you look that up on your phone?
I confirmed it. Yeah, I knew it was a little bit off there, and I just couldn't take it.
And any other questions regarding IT? Anything else you want to share about that? I don't want to cut you off.
No, I just want to mention the huge increase of the Office 365
Yes.
migration.
Yeah.
Because that's we kind of forced to do that, October of this year, they kind of ending support for on-premise exchange, so they kind of forcing everybody to move to the cloud. So that's huge increase, that's basically most of the businesses.
We're seeing it in the municipalities too.
So that's.
Town houses, yes.
So that's huge.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, if you don't mind, while we're right here, if you look at page 13,
Don't spend it.
this is the maintenance budget,
Oh, yeah.
and it's about a 9% decrease. Primarily, it's because I'm not recommending taking a whole lot of money out for capital projects in this particular building. We are doing the replacement of the heaters, but even after that's done, it's going to leave us with about $30,000 in the bank to do capital projects in this building. We've done the lighting, we've done the heaters, we've done the boiler downstairs. We are getting blinds for the windows. But, our first quote was $7,000, so I think we can do better than that.
Right.
So the
And we got the new, pump up in the attic.
yes, yep,
Oh,
yep, for the sprinklers.
yeah.
So we've been fairly diligent over the last couple of years. So last year we raised $40,000 for capital. I am only recommending we raise $10,000 for capital. So that's the offset in this particular maintenance budget. We have paid for our full-time maintenance person, Nelson Palmer. I will say I really enjoy working with Nelson. He reports in every day and keeps me abreast of all the projects he's working on here and over at the comm center. Those are his main responsibilities. The jail has its own maintenance. And we do have 2 part-timers in there to help us with custodial and janitorial. So, any questions? It's a pretty simple budget. What's your pleasure? You guys take on some more? We do the commissioner's budget on page 6.
Tell you what, if we want to bring food in And while we're waiting for that food to arrive, we can continue?
What would you like? I'd recommend order from Al's Pizza, I'd put an order in from Subway. What would you like to do?
Joel?
I have no dietary concerns, I don't know about you guys.
I've got to watch my intake.
Yeah, there you go.
There's that, but.
Yeah, you gotta get your beach body on you and head to Florida.
He's gonna seafood, the seafood diet.
That's right.
Seafood pizza. So do you want to just get a couple of, 3 pizzas?
Yeah. Works for me.
Vegetarian?
I would have an onion and green pepper pizza.
You can have the whole
Sausage.
Sausage and bacon?
Yeah, so it has to be extra, it has to be vegetable sausage.
Where'd Leanne go?
She doesn't.
Like Sarah Kirkley.
What kind did you say?
I don't care at all. It could be cheese to everything, doesn't matter to me. I eat it all.
I would expect you would.
So what was your specific onion?
Onion and green peppers. And if I really wanted to
You know, the green
make everything in the real life, throw chili on it too, but. But that wouldn't bother Joel, because he eats everything.
No, I would.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Alright. Well,
What kind you're getting?
I'm getting a pepperoni, a cheese, and a humongous onion and green pepper pizza.
There you go.
There you go. Sounds great.
Right.
And I like 20-ounce Coke.
Oh my.
Regular Coke?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Not diet, not zero.
Eye test.
Oh, regular, real Coke.
Yeah.
The real thing, baby.
No, you were a little short on sleeves.
Make that amount of milk. He's got a pot of coffee he's trying to get through. All right.
Do it for you, so there.
You want me to hand that too?
Why don't you do this? Why don't, I'll go get this set up with Leanne, if she hasn't left the plan.
She's already out making the order right now.
And then if you want to discuss page 9 with Patrick, that's the finance committee.
Okay.
Or finance department.
Page 9.
Oh, yeah?
Okay.
Page
Finance.
9.
As I mentioned earlier about the big impacts over the overall budget, well, one of them unfortunately falls in the finance department in the sense of the interest income. Last year we budgeted worth of interest income, and actually in FY 2024 we came in slightly over. Currently, we're trending to be able to hit that $1 million this year, but for next year, like I said, at the peak, we was right around 5.5% as our interest income over our accounts. We're down currently to 4.5, but there is forecasting that eventually the feds will, we'll see, cut the rates even further, and we'll get down to around 4% next year. So that reduction of $240,000 is basically not a reduction in that our cash accounts amounts are going to vary that much. It's because the rate went from 5.5 down to 4%. Now, looking at the overall budget, all the ins and outs that you've seen so far, there is another $130,000 of undesignated fund balance that is slated in the finance department to bring the county budget basically down to flat. So the other savings throughout the budget brought us close to flat. This $130,000 is what we're designated out of the undesignated fund balance to make that happen. Now, when it comes to the wage and benefits, it's just the normal increases related to the expenses and merit increases. One thing that I may have to adjust is when it comes to the audit services. I have increased the audit services by 1,800, but I may even have to increase that by another $2,000 to $3,000 in the sense there. One, when we're receiving the DHHS funding for sublocade, since it's over 500,000, the state or DHHS requires us to have a MEET audit. It's a specific audit associated with them. We do the same thing when it comes to the ARPA funds because they throw us over for the single audit. That one audit by itself is about $2,500. So I'm expecting that this MEET audit that is required over those funds is going to be similar, be $1,500 to $2,000. That's not in that number right now. So when you may see, I got to discuss this with Tim. You may see that number will go up by $2,000. The next version of this budget you get. But really, the audit line is the biggest change when it comes to finance. It's just becoming more expensive. They're requiring the auditors to do, look more into the risk management of the finance world. They really have been focusing on the process side. Are we processing it correctly? Do we have the right controls in place and so on? But they're really looking more on the risk portion side of it. Because of that, it's going to cause more labor for the auditors to, look into our books and in our processes. But on the other hand, it's going to be more labor on us because we've got to provide them a lot more information to get the audit done and so on. So for the finance department, it's the audit services that are the big impact.
The auditors, are they available? I've heard that some counties and towns have had a hard time finding people to provide these audits.
Well, you bring up a point in the sense that we're on like a contract extension. In 2018, we went out for RFQ to update our numbers. RH Smith, I guess was the only ones that actually provided us with numbers. When it comes to them, yes, they're short-handed. We have no issue getting auditors, but the turnaround. They come and they do their work, they pull it back. I would say maybe it was pre-COVID or right around COVID timeframe. We used to be able to get our audit by September, October timeframe, finish it. We're into February. The UT audit is finished, but the county audit is not done yet. And it's not because we haven't provided them the information, it's more that the turnaround time is slower.
Yeah.
So yes, I understand what other counties may be going through, because there's more and more of these small audit firms, because of all the change in the regulations and everything, that won't touch a county.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was concerned about, that we actually could get these audits done.
Right.
But we're...
So, and unfortunately, supply and demand.
Yeah.
If I hate to say this, if they're aware that they're one of the only ponies in town, the prices are gonna go up.
RHR.
Yeah.
And they have, you probably talked about that, they have structured themselves to be the only player in town. Because while everybody else was losing people, they were hiring. They hired like 100 people in the last couple of years. They would go into their clients, and if you had a good bookkeeper, they would hire them. That's what they did in Madison. They hired Madison's bookkeeper.
Everybody. They even offered me a position.
I'm sure they did.
Yeah, Ron's not too bashful.
No, he's not. Okay.
So with that, that's another thing that NACO does, is they do provide services. So we could look into seeing what type of auditing services that NACO provides amongst, and they provide other services too, that we'll be able to look into. It's, now that I'm on the board, I was realizing the depth of services that NACO does provide other than just the newspaper week.
Well, that's good. Anything we can look into for?
Yeah, and I gave you a glad bag of.
Yeah. I saw all sorts of books. So, surprised that you come back with a bunch of books, so.
Who knew?
So,
Reading material.
I did just talk with Tanya. She is available to come down and talk about deeds. Maybe her coming through the door right now. So.
Okay.
In your budget book, page 15. Right on schedule.
Hey, look at that, right.
Front and center.
Hello, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
So typically, the discussion with deeds comes down to how much money are you gonna make us?
All the money.
They're the darling of the budget committee because they take in more money than they spend. And that's certainly the case this year. Actually, the revenue line is on the bottom of page 14. And this has been, often something that's debated at the budget committee level. We've stayed pretty static at 450 as far as a revenue forecast over the years. We've hit that and beyond the last 3 years. We're probably trending to hit that and beyond this year. So when Tanya and I talked, we maybe bumped it up a little bit to 460. And perhaps you can talk to Tanya about legislation that's out there that will have an impact on deeds in the future.
Yeah, hopefully.
Are you comfortable with that number of an estimate of 460, or would you?
450 I'm comfortable with, 460 no.
Okay.
450.
Why not 460? If we've hit that number and beyond every year.
Well, I don't know what the impacts of the tariffs are going to be. If
Not gonna help us.
is it going to help, or is it going to help us? It will help real estate, though. How, in that respect. And so it's just hard to judge.
Okay. Yep. So that being said, when you look at the revenues, we're kind of willing to tweak those up a little bit because we're going to have some IT costs in deeds in this coming budget year. That's really going to be one of the major drivers for the increase in the deeds budget. So we're hoping maybe to hit that revenue number a little higher to offset the.
How far back does that 460 number go? I mean, pre-COVID? Because COVID was obviously an anomaly. So.
Right. I seem to remember that number every year that I was on the budget committee.
Well, actually,
No, there was 1 year where we were under.
FY 2020,
Yeah.
Right.
that was the highest year, we had 509,000.
Right, well, that's what I'm saying is, COVID really threw real estate out of the.
Right.
I mean, everybody was buying, there was hardly any.
Right.
So, but 460 was a safe number prior to that?
450.
450.
Number, we're recommending 460.
Okay, 2015, 456, then 470, then 478, then 478, then 461, and then 509, then 566, then 567, then 480, and 479. So we haven't actually been down to 450.
Or even 460.
And 460 since
460,
2015.
Right, I mean, 460 seems safe to me.
And it's good you have this discussion now, because you will have it with the budget committee, because they ask for it every year.
Yeah.
And so we had even thought about, what if they ask for like 480 or 500? So I think 460 is a reasonable.
Yeah. Well, that might not be a bad stat to have on a piece of paper
Right, what you just showed.
before, yeah.
Because really, going back almost 10 years, you really kind of get the highs and lows. Yeah, and every year had something in it.
Right.
Whether it was inflation or something
But
the
I would-
government did.
I'd be a little hesitant to show them that, because they'll ask for more.
But this is where you tell them what could be coming down the road. So some of you may know there's legislation before the House and Senate right now to raise the fees for the Registry of Deeds. And if that does pass, that would go into effect probably 26.
26.
Yeah. So maybe you can share a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we had the public hearing a few weeks ago, or last week, and that went well. There was no objection to the flat rate necessarily, because it makes it easier. Everyone kind of can predict what their documents will cost to record. The discussion was around what that rate should be. With the Maine Municipal Association suggesting it should be lower, and the Realtors Association also suggesting that. So the committee asked that we get with those associations and come up with a figure that we can all agree on, and that's happening right now, those discussions. And they have not scheduled the work session yet, that I know of.
So the way the bill was structured, right now, to register a document is $19. The bill proposes changing that to $45, which would be a significant increase. Now, that does not generate all that $460. That $460 comes a bit from that, also comes from your portion of transfer taxes.
Right.
The transfer tax is what's driven it up over the years, because that's based on the sale price.
Right.
The state, as Sheriff Lancaster will tell you, gets 90%, we get 10%, even though we do 90% of the work. It's almost like jail funding. If you go into a work session and you work it out with MMA and the realtors, and if everybody's in agreement, so there could be some increase.
I predict an increase.
Yeah.
They weren't necessarily against an increase. They were just against such a substantial increase.
Right.
But to be fair, we've done our research, and we're right there with the rest of the New England states. In fact, we're at the lower end. So,
And at 45, would you be at the lower end?
yes.
Okay. Right, interesting. Wow. This type of legislation has come up in the past, and it hasn't made it out of committee because of opposition from the realtors and lawyers, essentially. But if you're to the point now where it's actually, you're going to have a work session on it, so
It's promising.
maybe. So realistically, and we won't really know until you get settled on a dollar amount, but that 460 could be, $100,000 higher if that legislation passes. But that won't impact this budget. That will be future budgets. So
Right. We had a great sale this year.
We did have.
we've had a couple.
Yes.
So we have had multiple $1 million sales in Somerset County. So they even wanted me to get them a bell.
We should like to ring.
They did a
Yes.
$1 million sale.
I think we're gonna get it.
I don't see it in any of these lines here in the budget.
I have a bell out in the car.
Thank you.
It's gotta be a big one, because one here does.
Yeah, we want
It's a little bell.
We do have a little bell now. Arlene tends to come down and all, just so token here.
So that's the revenue side of things. Page 15 is basically the expenses for the Register of Deeds. So staffing, as the sheriff reported, and you've seen in the last couple of weeks, one of our newer hires at the Register, Nicole Horton, has now taken the position of a civil administrator in the sheriff's office. So that left us a opportunity to interview some people, and I was telling them how well the IT interviews went, and I hear the Deeds interviews went really well too.
Very good.
Yeah.
Many excellent candidates.
Yeah. So you have reached out to your top choice?
We have, and hopefully that will go through smoothly, but I like her, she's young. We need that in our office, a little youth, She's excited, she comes from a bank. I think it's gonna work out great.
That's great.
We'll see, hopefully. We do miss Nicole though, quite a lot.
Yeah, Nicole will be a great asset over at the sheriff's office too.
Oh, excellent, yeah.
Yeah, so it's been a very encouraging season of interviews. You know, we on one hand, you don't want to be doing interviews all the time because then you have rapid turnover, but, you know, the fear 2 years ago was,
Yeah.
is anybody gonna show up?
Far cry from that, yeah.
Right.
Right, you'd schedule 5 interviews and one person would show up.
Yeah.
So, but now you're scheduling them and coming in and having good conversations.
Yeah.
So, so really your wages and benefits are pretty much the norm. And your overall net increase is about 8%. So that brings us down to, if you want to jump down to line 5430, your IT maintenance agreement. This is where we traditionally have had an agreement with Avenue. And we've talked a little bit about this in the commissioners' meetings, where we're going to do a 1-year contract with Avenue, because that current contract with Avenue was up last month, right? In February.
Correct.
So now we've entered into a 1-year agreement so we can transition to a different vendor.
Right, and so I've kind of projected for January to June, the new figures with a new software company. And that's hard to nail down without knowing who we're going to go with. But that is, I went off from IQS's numbers for that.
And so that reflects that $45,000 number. That's about an $11,000 increase to what we had been paying contractually with Avenue. If you ever go on the Registry of Deeds website to do your own deed research, that's supported by Avenue. All of the e-filing is supported by Avenue. And we're one of only 2 counties left in the state that uses Avenue. Their technical support is moderate at best.
Yes.
They don't pick up the phone till 11 o'clock, they're in Texas. And they don't schedule anybody to come in at 7. So,
If they have a shutdown, I hear about it from Jonathan before I hear about it from them, which is not good, you know. Or I hear about it from customers calling in saying, hey, the website's down. I had no idea. So there's just a lot going wrong. And also I had mentioned that they are phasing out the software we're in right now. So we're forced to make a decision anyway. So I'm hoping to make a good decision. IQS is certainly my favorite moving forward, just because many of the other registries are using them. So it would be easy for me to reach out to the other registrars and say, hey, how does the program support us in this way? That would just be a huge benefit to me. And plus they're right there price-wise and their service is off the charts. So I definitely need to have a discussion with you all about the bid process and if we're going for the full bid process or some sort of modified process. That's my next step.
any thoughts on that? Just another small item on here, and again, I think it has to do with moving from a register of deeds that was fairly experienced to someone that's learning, and that shows up in the travel line. The registers of deeds meet every month at a different county, and that's the best sort of training that's out there. And so she travels to those meetings every month, and we didn't have that in our budget in the past, and so now we have it. And I think it's a necessary thing. It's funny, probate and deeds, it's like this, you think MMA has all this training for every town manager, but there's only 15 other people that do it. All right, any questions or thoughts about deeds?
No. Good work.
What do you think your time frame is for doing an RFP or getting bids or that sort of thing? Have you gotten a final number from IQS?
I did a few months ago, and I don't know if that will change. That was only good for 30 days. I don't predict it will change that much, but really what I'm going off from comparing it to other software companies is Franklin County's figures.
Right.
Because they just went through this process. Now, we record a few thousand more documents a year than them, but you can just do the percentage to see what it would be with us.
I would say, because, you know, when do you want to enter into something with whomever the new vendor is?
I definitely want to be starting the physical process of switching over in the fall, this fall. Because the contract, the 1-year extension that I secured with Avenue expires February 22nd of '26. So I need to have something done and in place by February of next year, so 1 year.
So what I would recommend is, if you already have the names of the vendors from Franklin County, I would just reach out to each one of them and get a quote.
Okay.
And bring it to the commissioners, let them look at it. If they say, we agree with your recommendation, great. If they say, we want you to go out to an official RFP, then we can do that. But if you get those quotes sooner than later, you'll have a better idea.
I'll get on it right away.
And those quotes, do they also include Avenue?
Yes, Avenue's new system.
Right.
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely,
yeah, okay.
they will.
Just wanted to make sure that,
Yeah, I already have that figure,
I thought you did, but
Yeah, I do.
wanted to make sure,
and I will include it,
so that we could have a clear view of what's out there.
certainly. Yep.
Great, thank you.
Thank you all.
Great.
Thank you.
So your pizzas should be here momentarily, if Leanne remembers to go get them.
That's like salt in the wound.
What was the one that you went through that I was not here for?
So that was essentially the county extension office.
Ellen, Richmond? No, extension.
The extension office.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we went through program services, Christian was here, talked a little bit about SEDC and the Tourism Council, and there's no change in soil and water. There's about a $2,000 increase to the extension budget, and
Okay. Soil and water is not impacted by Doge?
not to this degree. We confirmed with them.
Okay.
We went back and forth, they said, no, same dollar amount.
Yeah.
So, just to recap a little bit, he's just happy.
I just enjoy certain people living rent-free in other people's heads, that's all.
Joel knows there's a green pepper onion pizza coming, so that's why he's...
Yes. My wife will be very happy.
I didn't get a large.
See? We get along, we agree on certain things.
Mike Smith reported that obviously any FEMA money coming down will have its challenges, but the revenues that he's forecasted now are from money that's already in place. So the next year's budget might look different because of how that's stands with FEMA. And I told the commissioners that MEMA was at the legislature on Monday explaining that they believe they're now losing $3 million in federal funding, and they're asking the state to pump that into the state's budget. So everybody, in a very tight state budget, everybody's asking for a little bit more. So we'll see how that goes. Right?
Well, the thing about FEMA is, what was reported to us at NACO, is that the monies that California may receive for these fires,
oh yeah,
that money will actually be spent on prior FEMA expenditures.
Right.
They won't even see, the fire people won't even see that.
Yeah, that's
It all kind of flows, yeah.
So that item I just put on your booklet there is from Mike Smith. That's the emergency operating plan for the county updated. He would like the commissioners to take action on it at the next meeting. So he's providing you with some reading material.
Oh, thank you.
For this meeting.
You, that means the royal you.
That's true. He passed them out to everybody else. I don't think.
Okay, I didn't get this, okay.
You weren't here.
All right.
And then Tammy gave the communications budget, again, both the EMA budget and the communications budgets were flat as far as numbers go. And Tammy explained that the install for Central Square has been delayed again. It's been 2.5 years now since they first rolled out this product. And Tammy was very frustrated because they only got 2 weeks' notice, because they were supposed to go live April 6th. And so she had training set up for next week. She was bringing in people from all over, different dispatches, and she was working with Chief Bucknam and Fairfield and Pittsfield, and she had to cancel all those trainings, so she was a bit frustrated with it. So.
I think everybody's been frustrated with that. It was such a contention at the beginning just to get it all together.
Exactly.
Then it came together to nothing.
And that's been the case.
And the commissioners?
Haven't done that one yet, so if you want to turn there while you wait, page 5 and page 6.
Mr. Human Resources.
I gotta wait till Leanne gets back.
Do that on a full belly?
Yeah, you're pretty much down to the last couple segments now. So I just noticed something on the bottom of page 5. We talked about this during Dave's UT budget. Typically what revenue we put into the commissioner's budget comes from the sharing of administrative costs with the UT. So previously that number had been 58,000. Patrick and Dave kind of reworked some numbers this year that fit in the UT budget based on the percentages that are allowed. And so we raised that number to 85,000. And so 85,000 comes out of the UT budget to offset admin expenses that we offer or we help the UT with.
Right.
And I think we've done plenty of that with TIF work and easements for roads and so forth. And I think Dave would agree.
Good.
So that helps offset that budget a little bit with a few more $1,000.
Beautiful.
In revenue. I don't think we have really that many changes to this budget. Wages, a slight increase there. And is this the budget? Yeah. This is the budget that has the high pension count, but that's paid out to spouses of officers that died in the line of duty. So that's where this, that's where that cost lands. So that's always a $43,000 expense. I know sometimes that catches the budget committee by surprise.
Yes, that's by statute.
That's correct. Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know who put this budget together, Patrick, but they didn't ask for any money, so.
Well, I thought that this was the year that all the commissioners were going to get firearms.
Well, that
We'll
still
get that out,
but
we'll get that out of the dark fiber money.
We'll
make sure you get some ghost guns. Untraceable.
Yeah.
That's why the zero amount is there, because it's ghost money.
Yeah.
Just don't buy it from somebody, make sure you put them together yourself.
So again, this budget's pretty flat. I think it's a.
But look at that, the legal is down.
Yep, net reduction of 20,000.
That's nice.
No pizzas.
No, it's there. It's a pizza.
Why don't you bring right in here?
Put it in here, what's that?
You think am I pushing this button too hard? Let me go help
Oh, what a fun, huh?
Oh, that's it. We may be outside for a new administrator.
That thing you sent me, you referred to that in his speech last night.
Yeah.
That letter, yeah.
Oh, from Bobby.
Training, lodging, supplies, books, legal, because basically we have a duplication of those in the commissioner's budget and the human resources budget. They're both, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 lines. If you combine them, then, you may save a few dollars here or there. So
you just spoke of the insurance. If you combined that with it, and we know that insurance is gonna go up, we just dealt with that.
Right.
My little town, but would that eliminate some of the increase?
no, because the insurance is based on the individual employee.
Individual.
But I didn't know what you thought about that, is incorporating this HR budget, this block of pages here on page 8, into the commissioner's budget. Would you rather see it kept separate, or would you rather see it combined?
Well, if we incorporate it in, we also have the benefit of the UT administration dollars.
That does offset that, that's right.
Is there a human resources person here to object?
No, I didn't hear what you said. What did you say?
Do you object to maybe merging?
You're going to the one training that,
Yeah, that risk pool pays for.
the risk pool pays for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you merge it with the administration, most of everything will fall on you. No,
This is where, now that Patrick's out of the room, this is where he gets frustrated because, we'll get a bill in the office and Leanne's like, I'm out of money. Let's put it in your supply. Just don't tell Patrick. And that's not an issue we need to decide today, but in future budgets, you want to consolidate.
I don't see any.
I think it's fine, we can do that with this budget as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
Yeah. I think Holly would make things easier for Patrick as well.
Yeah. And he has built all these sheets, and so for him to move one thing over to the other, like you noticed today, it's just a matter of minutes.
Yeah.
He's able to pull it together.
No, we just proceed with that.
Okay.
I don't think it needs a vote or anything, it's just a matter of housekeeping.
Yeah. So I think, to that end, when we present to the budget committee, we're going to clean up this packet and take out some of those empty categories.
Yeah.
Building security, IT for Franklin County.
Right.
All those things that are just kind of left over.
Right. Yeah.
He can eliminate those so they don't cause confusion. And it'll shorten the packet up a little bit. And so while he's doing it, we can probably consolidate HR into the commissioner's budget and work on it that way.
Well, and it makes more sense anyway because HR personnel is also assistant.
Exactly, yeah.
Administrator. Maybe we should put it under yours.
Under mine?
Yeah.
It would be if it comes under the.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, okay. Then they can swap, if you don't have enough money in your, you
That's why he's doing it.
That's right.
Yeah.
Patrick will know. So that pretty much concludes our budget review. Thank you for doing that. I'm glad that we were able to accommodate everybody's schedules. The only other thing I'll mention is I'd like to have a final number on Axon for the DA's department by the next meeting. If we have that and that's agreeable, would you be open to kind of putting sending the budget to the budget committee at the next meeting? After?
Yeah, we have to vote on it.
You have to vote to send it now to the budget committee.
Right.
You could do that today, but I think there's still a couple things I'd like to get.
Right.
No, we want to clean it up.
That's right, yeah, okay.
And then we'll workshop it.
Yeah.
And with the Axon
Yeah.
as a point.
Okay.
And then we'll have the resolution to send it down, or send it up to the budget committee.
So then.
We'll send it up to the budget committee.
There you go. So
They
this,
do meet upstairs, so.
so this fits in with our schedule, so that Patrick, after the next meeting, Patrick will reach out to budget committee members and try to pick some dates in April, early May. So.
April and early May are awesome.
Yeah, I know you are. You're good. That's why you pay good close attention to the day. So.
Well, I've got the 8 of them, so I can,
That's right.
That's right, you can miss one.
Good. So I think that's all I had on the budget.
Okay.
So.
can I ask you while we're talking about that? They're gonna have that up to the sheriff.
The budget committee?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there anything you guys can do about the hearing up there? I mean.
The audio there is not good. Yeah.
Like if you zoom in?
No.
Or just in the room?
In the room.
They're talking down to that end, nobody on this corner can
Gotcha.
hear.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if there's something to do.
We can rent a small PA system, probably would be pretty effective.
Let me talk to Pavel to see if they've got something in place there already, or maybe we could just incorporate some of these.
Whatever,
Just bring this over there.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I noticed when I was, a lot of the people that were sitting up in one of these corners couldn't hear anything down where it was being run.
Or even out behind, even in the audience in the
Right.
peanut gallery there was even worse.
Yeah, it
People
was.
being able to hear.
Okay. Thank you.
Before we
If you might do that.
Rest of the agenda now, I guess.
Yeah.
Are you still zooming now?
What's that?
Are you zooming the budget committee?
The budget committee will do whatever people want to do. I mean, if you want a link, I'm sure we can set.
Oh, no, I just didn't, no, I don't.
Okay.
It means I get it's 85 degrees out, I just sit in my room.
There's pizza donuts.
I just had, my wife brought me so much.
You're not gonna zoom in at the beach?
Nice.
She runs a preschool, right?
I'll share in these meetings.
Oh.
Good man. So did you get anything done today?
Not my major goal, no.
Who were you supposed to meet with today?
The owners of Eaton Mountain King.
Oh, yeah. You're not the owner of Eden?
No, I just mowed it for free for 3 years. We're closing on a loan, commercial loan, as we speak.
Yeah.
It was, it's funny how the flexibility just tightens the week of the closing.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I said, I don't have our loan documents back. So,
I was like, oh, yeah, we'll get this done.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so we've done everything, so we're down to everything in the workshop. So we're down to E, public hearing, of which there are none. Public comment to allow members of the public to comment or reserve time to speak on an upcoming agenda item.
There are none present.
We're done. New agenda items, commissioners only. Good. Administrator report.
I do want to bring you up to date on one thing. It has to do with the Palmyra abatement, Dean Craig and so forth. We have not heard anything from Superior Court yet. However, residents of Palmyra are filing abatements again for the same neighborhood, the same property that Cray's abatement was on. And so I've heard from a couple of people in Palmyra, so they just want to make sure that they don't miss out on any timing. So people have filed an abatement in the town office of Palmyra for the 2024 taxes. Dean's abatement was for his 23 taxes. And so Dean's filed for the 24 as well. The town office is telling them, we're not going to do anything until we hear from the court. However, that doesn't change the 60-day timing.
Right.
So, for example, I talked to one property owner who filed her abatement on December 2nd. The way the rule goes is if the town takes no action within 60 days, that abatement is automatically deemed denied. So then, after that first 60 days, the opportunity to appeal to the county starts, and you have 60 days to do that. So I expect in the month of March to start seeing some abatement appeals from Palmyra to come in. I've been in touch with Dave Silk, who's a tax attorney that helped us in Madison, with Madison Paper, really good guy. And so I just emailed a couple things back and forth. And he said, here's what you do. When they come in, you write up a simple agreement between the two parties, the party being the taxpayer and the commissioners. And it simply says, the commissioners will take this up within 60 days of the Superior Court's ruling. So you have the chance to look at the Superior Court ruling, and then you'll have 60 days on which to act on these abatements.
Right.
Now, if Superior Court comes and rules in the county's favor, then that pretty much settles it. Then the town has to act on what the commissioners came up with. Most likely, I suspect they'll come back wanting us to rewrite it. In that case, we'd probably just hire Marchese to make sure it fits where it needs to fit. I don't suspect, but I could be completely wrong, I don't suspect it'll come back in Palmyra's favor, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. So I just want to make you know that, or let you know that I expect to see some abatements. I'm going to work out those agreements, if that's okay with you, just to say wait until the Superior Court, and then we have then that clock starts ticking 60 days to act.
Brilliant, I love it. One question. So we say we'll start up 60 days after the Superior Court. I believe that Palmyra could appeal.
True, they could appeal a decision, right?
If the decision does not go their way, they could appeal.
True, yeah.
So then what?
And then I think it goes on pause again, because they can only appeal to the law court, so then the Supreme Court.
Right.
And really, it's going to be up to those selectmen in Palmyra. Do they want to pay again to go and move this forward? So that, it's theirs, it's really
Maybe in that 60-day agreement, we put in something to the effect of final determination from the court,
pending,
which would cover appeal.
Yeah, good, that's good.
The politician.
So,
Yeah,
you may, or not, there was a couple of different individuals in St. Albans who were going to start this process for the abatement period as well, or if they decided to do it or not.
were they going to appeal a St. Albans abatement? Okay, yeah. I haven't seen anything from any town yet.
Yeah, we've got a couple of Lake Shore folks over there that are really upset with their assessment.
Well, we'll have to tackle that when it comes before us.
That's right.
I'm sure those will be completely different. So
This one's being held up by Superior Court at this point.
Yeah,
So. But that's all I had to report to you, other than.
well, that's good to know, though. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I like
Had a really
the,
nice vacation. So.
I like the
That's
steps
my
taken.
report.
So I think we've had enough financial reports
Yeah, Patrick,
today.
you don't want to be in here.
There's no unfinished business, so with new business, we have Resolution 2540 to approve updates to the Somerset County Fund Balance Policy.
So move.
Did I hear a second? Any discussion? All in favor? We're good. Resolution 2541 to accept a legal secretary resignation in the Somerset County Attorney's Office.
So move.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Good. Resolution 2542 to authorize the posting of a legal secretary position in the Somerset District Attorney's Office.
So move.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Good. Thank you.
So before you jump into this capital reserve resolution, you may want to table it to the next meeting, because this was, I put this on here on the assumption that you wanted to dissolve the dark fiber.
That's right.
And so so
fine.
Patrick had put together a sheet showing that we're going to take 100,000 of it, put it toward IT, and then put the rest to fund balance. But why don't, if it's okay, why don't we just workshop that at the next meeting?
Yes, well, let me do this. Let me just say, Resolution 2543 to authorize the transfer of funds from account G12403904 Dark Fiber Project to offset proposed IT budget costs with the balance to undesignated fund A motion to table this for workshop at our next meeting.
So we'll,
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? So tabled till next meeting,
All right,
to the workshop. And then we'll have a resolution underneath that.
thank you.
Nothing for unorganized territory. Warrants. Resolution 2544 to approve the treasurer's warrants for general fund, Somerset County Jail, unorganized territories, TIF tax revenue, and TIF community benefit for a total of $624,292.64.
so move.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor? So go, thank you. Miscellaneous discussion items, commissioners only.
I have nothing.
I'll just give you a warning, in the next meeting, I will probably talk more about NACO. I'm not awake enough now to remember everything.
I might call in on that.
Compose my notes, yeah. Call in sick. That's why I said it's a warning. It's a feature, not a flaw. Executive session to discuss an economic development project pursuant to MRS Section 405, parentheses 6, and parentheses, C, and parentheses, period.
Second.
What he said.
So move. Second.
All in favor? In an executive session.
hammered that one.
Hit the
Yeah,
road and like.
I built a, heater.
I know.
I built a low-class heater, I built a 5 gallon bucket, because Denise wanted to do that.
Are you good?
So, get the sweet feed and.
This motion because they want.
Got that?
5 gallon pail with the motor.
Yeah, that's what I got. I mean, they had motors, the motors were on clamps at that long.
So I can leave that.
That's right. And she's like, oh, I'm like, okay. And the good thing is, 5 gallon bucket is small enough, you can take
I'll look
it.
at it. I'll look if I stuffed it somewhere.
I think that's on yours.
I got two, yeah, she'd be so.
Hey, if you need any help doing that next stuff.
Because I've got bills again.
I know. You call around 8 today?
Sure, you give me a call.
Just leave me that. Somebody's struggling, they'll call me like 9 o'clock, I'm like, I'm not up, but. You know who calls me at 7 o'clock in the morning, who calls me on Saturday mornings and Friday night? Andre Cushing. Oh, no. Andre is always driving somewhere.
My old job was everybody calls me at 7 in the morning. So, boy, am I ever glad those people just had no awareness of.
I know.
Well, they have some downtime, or, I mean, I do most of my calls on the road, but, when I'm taking notes, I'm like, email me this, you know, or, you know.
Well, yeah, I mean, people be like, geez, I saw you sent me an email at 2 in the morning. Yeah, well, I was up, and I was freaking, you had one to communicate, so I figured you would read it when you get a chance.
Yeah.
Because I like to text too, but the thing is there's a lot of people, including my wife, who leaves her phone on the nightstand next to the bed. And she, yeah, exactly, she goes on vibrate still.
Give me that, give me that. Don't need that, there's that. So this, not that. Oh, I need that, so, I got that already. Oh, I need that other stuff.
Got through it, that was the easiest budget.